Good evening, everyone. My name is Butuk. I work in the ICT department, the student support section. In our section, we are three. Have Jen Kaboshi, whom I believe has joined this meeting, and we also have Sarah Murithi. I believe that Mr. Muru has told you that we are located on the third floor of the DSC building. That is the Daystar Academic Center. And that is where you will find also our offices and the computer labs. So I'm going to take you through the session of accessing your email address and a brief introduction of what services you'll be able to find at the student support section. So first of all, I want to say welcome to Daystar, all of you, and thank you for choosing Daystar. So the accounts that will be required that are associated with ICT are the student email, the e-learning account, and also the computer lab account. So as I have said, we are located on the third floor of the DSC building. We open Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And on Saturdays, we are open 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. We close all the labs during chapel and Bible study hours. This is for all the students, even those who are doing virtual classes, but they've come to campus maybe to access the computer labs. When chapel or Bible study is happening during the day, for the day students, you'll be required to leave the lab so that we can close for those events to happen. So we have 4 computer labs. They are all labeled. They are 301 to 304. And one is reserved for postgraduate students when you come in, but you are able to log into all the labs, but one is usually reserved for you. To access the labs, the computers in the labs, you'll need to have an account set up. So once you have done your registration and you have completed the registration, that means you've made some payments, at least the 50%, then you can visit our office and we'll set up an account for you to be able to access the computers in the lab. We have printers located in the labs, 3 printers, one in the postgraduate lab and 2 others in the other labs. To access the printer, you need to get a printing pin or a printing code, which will be issued at the student support office when you come to create a computer account to access the PCs in the lab. So we have a policy for printing. Once you've done your registration today, you will see that there will be an item for printing, a printing fee item, which is charged at 200 shillings. When you come to our end, we will charge you 1 shilling per page. So that translates to 200 pages. Once you exhaust that, the policy states that for the next 200 pages, you'll be charged 2 shillings per page. When again you exhaust the 200 pages charged at 2 shillings per page, we go for 3 shillings per page. But this is in a particular semester. So let's say you've come in for January semester and you finished your pages, you want to add more, you'll go pay per the policy. When we come in again in the May semester, we begin afresh with the 200, which is invoiced, and that will be 200 pages, 1 shilling per page. If you do not use your pages, they keep on accumulating. So if maybe you are completely virtual and you never came to campus to use the printing, and then once you're doing your thesis, you want to print out, you just come to our office, we will accumulate your printing pages for all the semesters that you are in session and you paid for printing. So if you are in session for 4 semesters, you'll get 800 pages. And every time you print, the system will show you how much credits you have and what you have used at the end of the day.
Yes.
Next is how to set up the student email. The email is on the Microsoft Office 365 platform. So to log into the student email, you go to outlook.office.com. That is the URL. So outlook.office.com, then the email address format. This is a default email address that has already been created for you as a student. Once you have been matriculated, an email address is generated for you. So this is the format. It is your first name, followed by your surname, then your admission number without the hyphen at daystar.ac.ke. Again, the format is first name, surname, followed by your admission number without the hyphen at daystar.ac.ke. So for example, your first name is John, your surname is Peter, your email address will be johnpeter, and we are assuming that your admission number is 25-0001. But in this instance, we will omit the hyphen. So it is johnpeter 25-0001 at daystar.ac.ke. There is a default password that has been set up for you. And the format is lowercase p, followed by your admission number, including the hyphen. So note these two differences. On your email address, the hyphen is excluded. But when you are logging in for the first time, the default password includes the hyphen. So the default password is P25-001 for John Peter. So make sure that when you are keying in your password, it's your own admission number. Don't put this 0001. Use your admission number. If your admission number is 25-04, maybe 36, that is the number that you key in here as your default password. So once you key in the password, you'll be prompted to change it. Make sure that when you are creating a new password, it's a complex one. Include uppercases, lowercases, numerics, and special characters. Special characters are at, hash, hyphen, one of those. Just make sure that it's a password that you cannot forget. So how do you reach out to us if you have any challenges or any queries? Our email address is ictsupport@daystar.ac.ke. Please take note of this email address so that anytime you have inquiries, you just drop an email to us, ictsupport@daystar.ac.ke. During weekdays, we make sure that we have responded at the end, make sure that all the emails that have been sent are responded to by the end of the day. Unless now for weekends, we will reach out to you by first thing Monday when we come in. So I want us to do a demonstration. George, I can see you've raised your hand. Do you have a question for us?
No, you're already responding to my question. Just go ahead.
Okay. Sawa. So if you have your gadget, maybe your phone or your laptop, you can open a browser. So open whichever browser you have on your phone or on your gadget or on your laptop. I'll just give you a minute to do that. So you can open a new tab. Once you're there, type Outlook. Outlook.office.com. As we do that, I want to mention that for those who are returning students, That means you are in Daystar before, and you've come back and you've been issued the same admission number. You use the email address that you are using. So your email address will not change, and the same password that you are using. If again you are a returning student and maybe you've forgotten your password and you are unable to reset it, you can reach out to us on ICT support.
A question.
Yes.
Would it be possible for old students who want to change, like now, this current one, surname, first name and surname? Because personally, I had issues with that old account. It was being hacked all the time. So could I change? Is it possible that I change like the new students?
Well, you can just write us an email, then we'll include your admission number on the email address. So make sure to indicate also your admission number when you're writing to us.
So I don't create.
No, you don't create. We will just
Okay.
edit your admission number, the email address, and include the admission number.
Okay.
So that might not happen right now, but once you drop the email, we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Susan, I have a question.
Yes.
I was asking, in case you have the Outlook and it's already registered in the company,
Okay,
you're
I'll be
already
able to
using
show.
it under company email.
I'll be able to show you how to add another email address.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe all of us have typed outlook.office.com. So we'll press enter.
Madam Susan, I have a question.
Yes.
Kindly. You've said for the returning students, we use our old email addresses. So what if a scenario where you don't even remember your old email address? Because I'm a returning student, I'm still using my admission number, the previous one, but I honestly don't remember my email address or the password.
What was your admission number?
120311.
It should be your first name, the initial for your middle name, then your surname.
The initial, okay. Sorry. Please say that again as I type it. My first name, initial.
First name, initial for the middle name. Then your surname.
And my surname. Okay. And then that's it. Okay.
That's it at daystar.sc.ke.
Let me try. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I believe you've landed on this page where it's telling you to sign in. So this is where you type in your email address. So I want to use a volunteer's email address. George, is this your first semester? George Ojeng?
Yes, it is my first semester, Susan.
Okay. So your first name is George, surname is Ocheng?
Yes.
And your admission number?
A moment, let me just read it out. My admission number, let me read it out just a moment.
As George is checking his admission number, I also want to mention that I want to believe that all of us have done matriculation. I was saying I want to believe that all of us fill the matriculation form. Please, if you did not fill in your matriculation form, you will not be able to do this process because that means that your email has not been created. The registrar department will be coming in later and they'll be able to matriculate you. But for now, you'll not be able to do this process. So I just wanted to mention that so that if you're having any challenges and you are not matriculated, that is the reason why. George, you are saying your admission is 25?
No, 24.
Or 24? Yes?
Yes, 32, 34.
So this is the format for George Ocheng 243234 at daystar.ac.ke. Then you go to next. So at times you will get this challenge where it is telling you that maybe the username is not correct. It could be that when the registrar department were keying in your information, they interchanged your names. So you might try also interchanging the format of your name. George, I can see that your email has not been set up yet.
Okay.
So I've taken note of that. I'll set your email. Though yours will start with Adongo. So it will be George Adongo. The surname is Adongo.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
So could I please get another volunteer?
Okay.
I don't mind being a volunteer.
Can you use mine,
Yes, please.
Jane?
Okay.
Jane?
Kenneth? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Jane, Jane
Yes.
Mweti.
Mwiti.
Yes. So the surname is Mweti.
Yes.
So I think it should be Mweti Jane.
No, you start with the first name. So your first name is Jane.
Okay.
Admission number?
25043.
That admission number is not complete. 250.
0430.
Jane, did you fill the matriculation form?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see her first name is Jane, surname is Mwiti. Then we've written the admission number at daystar.ac.ke. So it will ask you to enter a password. Remember, I've said the default password is lowercase p, then the admission number. So it is lowercase p, then 25-0430.
Hello.
So I've keyed in the password for Jane, the default password, which is lowercase p, 25-0430. Then you click on sign in. It will ask you to update your password. The current password is the default. It's lowercase p for Peter, or p for password, lowercase p. So the current password, again, is the default, which is p 25-0430. Then create a new password. So I'm going to create a new password for Jane, but I'll reset it after this session.
Can Lilius,
Which are you
Livingstone
people?
Macquarie please mute?
Okay, so I've created
Can I ask a question? So,
yes.
which platform have we signed on to change this password? The student portal or the
Outlook.
Oh, so if I don't have Outlook, cannot work.
No, we are going to the browser. As long as you have a browser, either Chrome, Mozilla.
So I have Chrome. So on Chrome,
Edge.
I go to.
You type outlook.office.com.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are resetting creating a new password for Jane. So it will tell you that more information is required. This is just for purposes of keeping your account secure and also for authentication in case you forget your password and you want to reset a password. So you go to next.
Jane, before you go too far, because I think you're moving fast, we are browsing at the same time coming to see what you're doing. So at the point of filling your email, what password are you using so that we're able to move together kindly?
Yeah, good evening. Please let's start from the beginning, kindly.
Yeah,
Please.
please.
Lost. We are all feeling very lost.
Okay, let me just finish and then I get another volunteer. We do the process again.
Yes, but I also want to ask, are there specific apps and browsers that this doesn't work in? Because you're saying Mozilla and Chrome.
No,
Does
it
it
should
work
work in
with
all
any?
It works with all the browsers. So please, if you're left behind, do not worry, just be patient. Let me finish this process for those who have been successful this far. So when it's asking for more information,
Maybe
it's
you can
telling
also
you.
ask who is successful.
Yeah, so that we can save on time as
Yeah.
well. We can just start so that you go together to save on time.
Why don't you? Yeah. I'm equally already in the account. Moses here.
I'm also successful.
I'm not.
I am successful.
Maybe can we move as a group? Maybe.
Let me just intervene. What Susan is saying, there are those people. I'm looking at when we started the process, we were at about 112. So there are evidently some people who have joined a bit later. So the people who we started with, let's complete the process so that they don't get lost. When we finish with the people who we started with, we will do it all over again for the people who have joined late or are stuck. So kindly let us just allow Susan to complete.
Thank you. Thank you. That is the. I think that's the right way.
I concur.
Okay, so you'll get to this point where it's asking you to set up the phone. So you will click there, select the country where you're located, then put in the phone number, omit the 0 on your phone number. So for example, if your number is 0720, you start with 720. Please let's all mute so that we can listen in. So once you've keyed in your phone number, I'm not going to do this for Jane because she needs to do this process for herself. So you put in the country, then the phone number, then you say receive a code. Do not say call me, say receive a code. Then it will bring you to where it's telling you go to next. Once you do next, you'll be able to land on your mailbox. There's also another option of setting up your email. So if you don't want to set up your phone, you can set up your email. So you come here and you say, I want to set up a different method. Okay, so if you don't want to use your phone as a method of authentication, you can say, I want to set up a different method. Then you come here, you say email. So you click on email. Again, it will ask you your email address. You key in your email address. You click on next. A code will be sent to your email. Access the code, key it in, then you'll be able to log into your mailbox. So you want to do this process again for those who did not manage to log in. So as I said, the first thing that you need to do is open a tab in your browser. On your browser, open a new tab, or just open your browser. Then on top here, where you can see your mouse, by mouse pointing here, you type outlook.office.com. When you type outlook.office.com, this is the page where you will land.
Sorry, I already have an Outlook account, so it's taking me to my Office Outlook account.
Yeah.
You say you.
You can log in and under your account, under your icon. When you click a drop down, you can log in with a different account.
Let me just quickly show you how to go about that. So when you come on your top right here, where it's showing the initials for your name, on the top right of your screen, where it's showing the initials for your name, you click there. Then there's sign in with a different account. On the top right, where it's showing the initials for your name, click there, then say sign in with a different account.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we were logging in again. So you type outlook.office.com. It will bring you to this page where it's asking you to sign in. You type your first name, followed by your surname, then your admission number without the hyphen at daystar.ac.ke. So may I have another volunteer?
I don't mind being a volunteer. So you can put, my first name is Mercy.
Surname?
My surname is Munene.
Admission number?
My admission is 250003, 0003.
Okay, so as you can see, you have omitted the hyphen. So her first name is Mercy, surname is Munene, then 250003 at daystar.ac.ke. So first name, surname.
Now for hey.
Admission number without the hyphen at daystar.ac.ke.
At Daystar? At Daystar.
.ac.ke. Just look at the screen. You can look at the screen.
So small.
Oh.
It's daystar.ac.ke.
Then you go to next.
Yeah.
Mercy, did you fill the matriculation form?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So for you, the first name has been set up as Ireri. Ireri Sade Munene.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Could you check for me? I also have the same.
Yeah, I'm having the same problem too.
Yes, well.
Please just send
Don't
your
get-
emails to ICT support. My colleague Jen is currently answering your questions. So just write to ICT support at daystar.ac.ke.
ICT support.
At daystar.ac.ke.
So what will be the password? I've got into password.
Yeah, we're getting there. So you go to
Okay.
next.
Hi.
So we've said this.
No.
Password we've said is lowercase p, P for password in lowercase, followed by the admission number, including the hyphen. So 25-003. So
Got it.
lowercase p, then
Okay.
your admission number, inclusive of the hyphen.
Okay.
P25-0003. Then you go
Okay.
to sign in. It will ask you for your current password. You want to change the password. So current password again is the default password, which is lowercase p, followed by your admission number 25-0003.
Hello.
Yes.
Now I'm going to that point where it's telling me enter the email address in the format someone at example.
So you start with your first name.
Oh, my first name is Mercy.
No, I'm talking to the person who had asked a question. Yours is okay. We are at the place of setting a new password. So for the person who had asked the format, first name followed by your surname.
Yeah.
Then the admission number without the hyphen.
Yes.
At daystar.ac.ke.
But it's also showing me at outlook.com. Then it's not moving to the next step.
Make sure that in the initial stage, when you're typing the URL, it should be outlook.office.com.
Yeah, that is it.
Okay,
So
just drop an email so that we can send you the link.
No, but also if you put that email address, you have to put it in full, including at daystar.ac.ke. If you don't put it, that's when it will take you to Outlook.
but I've just done that. I've included at daystar.ac.ke.
Okay.
Sorry?
Please just do an email to us.
Do an
What?
email,
We'll
we'll
send to you
sort you
the
out.
email address and
What
the link.
email address?
ICT support at
Okay.
daystar.ac.ke. Okay, so for Mercy, we were at the point of setting a new password. We've already keyed in the default password, which is the current password. As I had said, lowercase p followed by the admission number, including the hyphen. So I'll set a new password, which I'm going to Reset. You make sure that you mute. Please let's mute. Abraham, please mute. So make sure that your new password is complex, has uppercases, lower cases, numerics, and also you can choose to add special characters. Once you've typed your new password, you go to sign in.
Wait, which password? Okay. Okay.
Mercy.
It's not the current password, yes.
Had you already reset the password?
No, I haven't done that.
Okay.
I'm unable to send an email to ICT support. What could be the problem?
You've confirmed that you're typing in the email address correctly?
Right, I've actually tried to confirm that.
Sorry, I'm curious. Did they use our ID to set up these emails? So then we know which names to use.
Your national ID card?
Yes.
No.
No. I mean the names on the ID.
No, the way you applied, the names, the way you typed your names when you're applying. That is what the system will pick.
Okay.
I'm not able to log in also.
So I just want to complete this process.
Am I going to get this password you put in? Sorry for interrupting.
I'll reset to the default. Also for
Oh,
Jane
thank you.
Muti,
My
I'll reset to
apologies.
the
Okay.
default. So once you've successfully changed your password, it will ask you for more information. This is just for authentication purposes. So you will click on next.
Oh, I managed, thankfully. Ooh.
So when you go to next, it will ask you to set up using phone. And if you don't want to use your phone number as a means of authentication, that is in case you forget your password, you can also set up your email. So if you don't want to use your phone number, just come down here. You will see the place where it's telling you, I want to set up a different method. So up here, if you're using your phone, click on the arrow Then select the country where you're located, key in your phone number, omit the 0 at the beginning of your phone number. That is if you're using a Kenyan number, omit the 0. Then say receive a code and click on next. A code will be sent to your phone. Pick the code, key it in here. There will be a box here asking you to key it in the code. Then you go to verify and you land on your mailbox. The same thing, if you're using your email address, you just say, I want to set up a different method. It will give you this box that is asking you for the option that you want, either phone or email. So in this instance, you select email. You will key in the email address, and then you go to next. A code will be sent to your email. Retrieve that code, and then you'll be able to verify and land on your mailbox. I want to state that if you've had a challenge, we are on standby. We are monitoring the email address, the ICT support at daystar.ac.ke address, and we are responding back to you. So do not worry, do not fret. You'll be able to catch up by tomorrow. You'll have your email set up.
So
a quick
just
one.
to confirm, Susan,
yes,
you have said that for those who are having challenges that we should send the email to ICT.
ICT support at daystar.ac.ke. I have seen my colleague Jen has written the email address on the chat. So if you're able to just look into it there, you'll find the email address.
So Susan, I managed to put in my details as captured.
Yes.
So I'm on this page where it's asking me to enter password and then forgot password and sign in. So what do I do?
You enter the default password.
Which is?
Which is lowercase p.
Okay.
Followed by your admission number.
Okay. With a hyphen?
With the hyphen.
Okay.
Susan, let me ask a quick one because just joined. So you start by we are using to set this through Google or?
No, you are typing outlook.office.com on your browser.
On my browser.
Yeah.
Then I choose.
It will ask you to sign in.
Or it will ask me to sign in.
Susan, I have a question.
Yes, Georgette.
Now we've really tried, some of us behind the scenes, also changing as well as dropping an email to ICT and retry again and again to no success. So what would you advise us to do?
So if I get you correctly, you are unable to send an email to ICT support.
No, we sent an email and also to still tried again the name formation as you had mentioned and interchanging as well, but we've also dropped an email to no response yet.
Fine, just
So
be patient. Be patient, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, as you are doing the next session, we will be getting back to you. So just keep on monitoring your email for a response.
Okay.
So
Also,
Susan,
I want
for
to...
Susan, for those who didn't fill the matriculation form, I think that's where
Sorry,
some
Susan.
of us are stuck. Are we going to get help or get the forms?
I think I've seen it being shared on the chat. At some point it was shared. But do not worry, the registrar department will be coming in later. They will be able to
Yes,
sort
it has
out
been
that.
shared on the chat.
Yes, so if you're not able to pick it from the chat, the registrar department will be coming in. They'll be able to matriculate you. And once that is done, you can just drop us an email. So make sure that when you're writing an email to us, indicate your admission number. That is very key. Also, I want to mention that it's easier for us to get back to you when you use the email address than just writing on the chat. You know, there's so many messages on the chat, we might be able to miss yours. So the sure means of getting to us is just the ICT support at daystar.ac.ke. So even if you'd written your question on the chat and we've not gotten back to you, just drop us an email. I assure you that. get back
Sorry,
to you.
Susan, I'd asked for those of us that I can see the email is bouncing back. Sometimes Outlook does not receive email from Gmail accounts, which is what I'm using. So what is the option? Do you have a number here?
I think for
we don't have restriction. You can receive email from any other domain.
But maybe
Right.
also, maybe just to ask, support is double P or single P? Because that could make a difference.
It is double P.
Mm.
Yeah.
So ICTSU double PORT at Daystar, is it?
.ac.ke. But if you check the chat, it has been sent. For
So Susan, I
want
was
to
asking,
confirm your Gmail. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Once when I start logging in and then it tells you that this username may be incorrect, make sure you typed it correctly. Now this is the one that we are sending to IT, or what's the game changer?
It could be just interchanging your names. Maybe the system picked your names in a different order.
Okay.
So you can try interchanging your names, but if that doesn't work, just drop an email.
So after writing, I'm supposed to click next, not create an account, right?
No, just click next. Do not create. It's already created for you.
Okay, so thank you.
Hello. So maybe people could try using their middle names as well, because I found my middle name was used to register the account and not the names I used on the matriculation form.
Yes, that's what I've just said. Try interchanging your names. It's not the way you wrote on the matriculation form, but the way you wrote during the application. That is how the system will pick.
Maybe I could ask. I missed yesterday's class because I was away. I didn't sign the matriculation form, so it means I cannot do the email password.
The link is
Now,
in the chat.
Just pick the link for matriculation form on the chat, fill it up.
Yes.
Then the registrar department will be able to matriculate you.
Okay.
Once that is done, you just drop an email to ICT support. And I believe that by the end of today, by the end of the process with the registrar department, you will be matriculated. So just drop an email
My
to us,
apologies,
then
I've just joined. So, okay.
we will get back to you. Georgia Dongo, your
Yes,
email,
For
your
students
email
transitioning
address
from
ends with
data email.
motivators.
Yes, ends with motivators.
Okay, I will send your details to that email address. I've picked it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Susan. Can I ask something kindly?
Yes.
Yes. This is Jane. You've just helped me to set up the email. So
Yes.
what I'm wondering is, how do I now go about it? Do I log in? Which password will I use? Because you had gone to the last stage. So how do I go about it?
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Let me ask, sorry to take you back. Can I have the matriculation form posted again, please?
Someone with the form, please post on the chat.
Please.
Susan, while you're at it, it'd be nice for us to see the last page, what we should see, how the account looks like, to confirm from our side, because I think we've succeeded, but now to confirm, just to see. Thank you.
So Jane Mwiti, have reset your password to the default, which is P and your admission number, inclusive of the hyphen.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Susan.
Yes.
Stanley here. I'm unable to. What set up the email address?
I did get you, Emmanuel. Please repeat.
Sorry, what happens to those of us who could not set up the email address?
You just write an email to ICT support at daystar.ac.ke. We will respond. Please indicate your admission number.
Okay.
Okay.
Susan, can we see the the landing page on your email account? Once you've
Yes, I was
succeeded,
just
how would you do
resetting,
that?
I was just resetting the password for Ireri Munene.
Mm-hmm.
I've put your default password. I've reset it to the default password. So this is how your page should be. Let me just share this.
The password should have the hyphen.
Yes, it should. So this is how your mailbox should look once you've been successful. You can see here emails that you have received. Well, for you, you might not have received any mails yet, but that is how it should be like. So we want to give this chance to the next department, the registry who are coming in. So I will hand.
Before that, excuse me, before that, some part of the people who haven't yet filled the form, but now I filled the form. So
Okay.
I can go ahead and create the email. There's no other process from your end.
We need to wait for the registry department to matriculate on their end, on their system.
Okay.
Yeah, so once you've been able to, when you meet with the registry, you'll be able to log into your student portal. So once you've been successful in logging into the student portal, just drop us an email. So that is an indicator that you've been matriculated. If you are successful in logging into the student portal, when you meet the registrar department, you have been matriculated. So just drop us an email.
Now I've filled the form. So I can go to the portal and do the process or
That process you'll do with the registrar department. So for now, next you're meeting with the library and then the registrar.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to return this meeting to Mr. Mburu.
Okay.
To transition to the library department.
All right. Thank you so much, Susan, for taking us through the email registration and logging in. Those who are still stuck, do not worry. We are on this call until the end. So we'll continue responding to the emails which you are writing. Then for the people who are not matriculated, when you fill the form, it might take a few minutes because I want to believe that also there's somebody in registry who is adding you to converting you from a customer to a student after the matriculation, so that then you have all these facilities available to the portal and everywhere else. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Jane Wambua Yobera. Jane Wambua Yobera is our university librarian. She's already on the call. I want to believe that she has her team to take us through the library systems.
Thank you very much, Solomon, for that welcome. And good evening, everyone. It's nice to see all of you. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to Daystar. Please mute so that we flow together. Yes, let me take this opportunity to welcome you to Daystar. You have been welcomed since Monday. I add my voice to the welcome. And to tell you that we're very, very happy to have you. You are most welcome. So this evening and this particular session for the next close to 1.5 hours, we are going to be with you as the library. As Solomon has mentioned, my name is Jane Wambua Yobera. I head the library department as the university librarian, and I most warmly welcome you. Those of you who are coming back, having studied previously in Daystar, welcome back. Those of you who are completely new, you are all welcome. So you will find the library to be your very good companion along your journey in Daystar as you undertake your studies, and especially you postgraduate students. You are going to find it very useful, both the digital library and the physical library. So from the very onset, we would like you to be very keen on what we are going to take you through this evening. And just to tell you what we are going to do this evening is basically an introduction, an overview, because there's a lot that you will need to know about the library, about what the library has, about what you can benefit, how you can benefit from the library throughout your journey. And that cannot be unpackaged during this one session. So we'll be telling you how we'll be helping you along the journey. But for the introduction part, which is this evening, please be very keen, and where you do not get exactly, feel free to ask and we'll be guiding you. Now, I would like to introduce part of my team who are here today, but before I introduce them, I'd like to tell you that we have 2 physical libraries and we have a digital library. The 2 physical libraries, we have one at our Nairobi campus, which I believe some of you will be able to come to the campus physically, will be able to visit. But then we also have at the main campus library, which is at the river. We have a library there, a very well-resourced library in terms of physical facilities, in terms of the kind of space we have there, in terms of very spacious, in terms of the kind of facilities, in terms of furniture that we have there, very suitable furniture for private and discussion, group study, and in a very good environment. So visit the main campus library as well, and you will really benefit. Now, both these physical libraries are well equipped in terms of physical facilities, where you can come in and study very comfortably in a quiet place if you want to do quiet study, and also spaces for group study if you want to have discussions. And we would encourage you to do that. And in the physical libraries, we also have physical information resources. We have books there that you can borrow. And we have different types of books that you can borrow. There are those you can borrow for 2 weeks, there are those that you can borrow for a whole semester. We'll be telling you about that. But then we also have other physical information resources like magazines, newspapers, and also theses and dissertations that have been done in the past that will help you as you write your thesis, as you develop your research papers, as you come up with your topics. We have the physical thesis in the libraries. So, and staff, they are willing to help you in every way that you need help when you come to the physical libraries. So that is it about the physical libraries. But then we have the digital library, which you are going to make use of a lot. And we would encourage you to make use of a lot. Now, this digital library is very rich in terms of various resources, digital resources, digital books, digital journals, journal articles, case studies, various reports, various resources that you're going to be using as you undertake your studies online. And this library is available from wherever you are. It's not limited to you being at Daystar physically. You can access it from whichever corner of the globe you are at. And this evening, we are going to be telling you how you can access that library. We are going to give you a demo of that library to give you, an overview of how it looks like and what it has. But then as we go along, we'll be equipping you more and more about how you can really benefit from that library. So there's a lot for you in our library, in our libraries, the physical and the digital one. Please make use of that from the word go, and you will find it very useful as you do your studies, as you do your writing, your research, and all that. And we also have a resource that we call institutional repository. Now, on this resource, I've mentioned that in our physical libraries, we have physical dissertations and theses, but we also have them online in our, what we call the institutional repository. So you're not limited to the physical library in terms of accessing past research in terms of theses and dissertations, past research in terms of research done by our faculty, by our staff, that is accessible through our institutional repository, and other resources that are accessible through our digital or institutional repository, which is also digitally available from wherever you are. And we are going to also show you that this evening, an overview of it. So be very keen as we take you through that. Now, I work with a good team in the library, in each of the libraries, and also in each of the physical libraries, and also virtually, a team that supports you, that is going to be supporting you virtually. So on here this evening, I have two of them who are going to be taking us through the demonstration this evening. So there is Grace Kiarie. Grace, please say hi. Grace Kiarie.
Good evening. Thank you. We will be meeting later on in this session.
Great, thank you. So that is Grace Kiarie. Grace Kiarie does two roles. She's a librarian in charge of collection development. Collection development is about ensuring that we have enough resources. We have enough information resources for each requirement, or rather for each program of study for each school. And those are in terms of both digital, like I mentioned, and physical. And to do that, so Grace ensures that that area is well serviced. And she also deals with system issues. So when you need to be supported in terms of your account, your access account to the digital library, your access account to the library access catalog that enables you to access the physical resources, or rather to know about what physical resources we have, and other system issues. Grace is a person to support you, and she'll be telling you how that support happens. Then, please, Muturi, could you mute? Muturi, Kiria, please mute. Then we have Ifrin Obaga. Please say hi.
Good evening. My name is Ifrin Ubaga. We'll mostly meet in Nairobi Campus Library and of course virtually. So I'm the librarian in charge of the School of Law, but I do assist postgraduate students a lot in terms of research, in terms of plagiarism checking, and even the thesis writing stage. We'll also get to meet at that stage. So you're most welcome to Daystar, and I look forward to interacting with you and getting to learn together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ifrin. So Ifrin, as she has said, you're going to interact with her a lot when you visit the physical library at the Nairobi campus, as well as virtually. She's going to interact with you quite a lot. We have other staff who are not here. We have Samuel Kungu. Samuel Kungu is my deputy, or the deputy vice librarian in charge of the Nairobi campus library. So you're going to interact with Samuel a lot in terms of virtual support, and also when you visit the library, and in terms of trainings that we're going to be having. We're going to be training you time and time again. So you're going to meet Samuel a lot. He's not on call today. He's on leave, but he'll be back soon. We also have Charity Kironjo, who is the Deputy University Librarian for the Athi River campus. You're also going to interact with her and other staff that you'll be interacting with as you go along. So in terms of support, as you go along, Don't be afraid. There's sufficient and ready, qualified and ready staff who are ready to support you. So we're going to take you to the various aspects of the library, both and especially the digital library, on how to benefit from it. So next, Ifrin is going to come in to just show you how to log on to the online library and give you an overview of the online library. Then after that, we'll have Grace giving you an overview of the institutional repository, as well an overview of the how you can access the physical library. So welcome, Ifrin. And please, all of you, be very attentive and you can write your questions on the chat. We'll be responding to the ones we can respond as we go. But at the end, we have a Q&A session where we are going to take your questions and respond to you. So we have an hour. We have 1 hour now until we finish with you and you go into the next session. So you're most welcome. Please be attentive and ask where you do not quite get. Thank you. Ifrin, over to you.
Thank you, Jen. So mine is to basically take you through the e-library. And like the university librarian has said, today it's all about exposing you to what we have within our libraries, just for you to get an idea of what resources can you make use of, or what can you access as a distance student in terms of resources when you begin your academic journey. So like it has been explained, we have the digital library that is very rich, and that is what I want us to focus on, just for us to learn how do you get to log into the digital library and what resources are there, but most importantly, how do you navigate through these databases and be able to search and get the content that will be satisfactory to you, depending on the kind of assignment that you are working on. So I'll share my screen so that we can be able to go through this together. Kindly, will the host allow me to share my screen? Kindly, I'm not able to. Okay, I think I am. So you just allow me to share my entire screen so that I don't have to keep on shifting from one screen to another. Okay, so you can see my browser from your end.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. So for you to get access to our digital library, what you need to do is to open your browser and then go to your browser and search for MyLoft. MyLoft is an app that enables us to be able to access our e-resources remotely. So that means regardless of where you are, whether you are at Daystar or you're at work or you're at home, you have access to our e-resources. And I believe that by you being students who are learning virtually, then this will really be very helpful to you, because then you'll be able to write your assignments anytime, because you have access to these resources 24/7, regardless of your location. So just search for MyLoft from your browser. So MyLoft stands for My Library on Fingertips, and that simply means that this library is accessible anywhere, anytime. You can literally work from anywhere. So click on the first link that shows up, MyLoft. So when you click on that link, we have come in just after ICT, and I believe most of us were able to log into our Daystar emails. And for you to access our digital resources, all you require is a functional email address. So that would mean you must be able to log into your Daystar email address for you to be able to access our e-resources. For those of us who are able to log into our email address, probably you could still try this process with me and see if you're able to get to our digital library. So search for MyLoft, and then once you have searched, it will ask you to select your institution. So you'll just come here and type Daystar University. So once you start typing, it will just pop up. So you pick Daystar University and then click on continue. Okay, so once you click on continue, Then it will ask you to log in with Daystar SSO. This just allows you to sign in using the same credentials you use for your email or the Daystar email. So it will ask you to key in your email. So you'll key in your email. Then it will ask you to enter the password that you use together with your Daystar email. So you'll key in your password as well, and then click login. So once you've done that, then it will open the resources for you. So you'll have access to our digital library. So this is now where you'll be able to search for electronic books, electronic journals, case studies, theses, and very many other resources that you'll be able to see. So once you're here, probably I just explained to you what you can see on the homepage. So how do you tell you have logged in properly? You should be seeing Daystar University appearing somewhere here. And of course, the same process can be used with a mobile phone. It's only that for the mobile phone or for a tablet, you'll have to download an app. That would mean if you want to use your phone or your tablet to access our e-resources, you'll go to your app store and then you download an app called My Loft. So once you download that app, you'll just install it. And then once you install the app, you'll follow the same process where you click on the app. It will ask you to enter your Daystar, your university, you select Daystar. Then it will ask for your Daystar email. You enter your Daystar email, and then the password you use with your email, and then you'll be good to go. You'll have access to the e-resources. Now, this is our homepage for e-resources. And you can see there's this link here for e-resources. So when you click on e-resources, then you're able to click on all the databases and see what you have been able to subscribe to as Daystar. Then basically we have a lot of resources right here. You can see all these databases that you can be able to access remotely. Now, these databases do not have the same content. So that means that every database has its strength or its focus or its subject area. Though we have those that are general, they cover all the subject areas. We have those that are very specific to certain subject areas. So how do you tell what is the content of a particular database before you go ahead and search and see if it has whatever you're interested in? Under every database, you'll see an I provided here. Let me just start at the top. This I is for information. When you click on it, you'll be able to tell, one, what subject matter does it cover? And then two, you're able to tell what kind of content does it also cover. Does it have e-journals? Does it have e-books? Does it have case studies? Does it have videos? Does it have talks? And so on and so forth. So before you say, I will go to this database or the other, always click on that I for every database that you want to look at, because that will tell you what it contains. Like EBSCO, you can see it's a multidisciplinary database that contains e-journals and all this. When you click on another one, let's say like JSTOR, you can see it has e-journals and e-books on these particular subject areas. When you click on another one, say like LexisNexis, it will tell you it's a law database and it contains this kind of information materials. So what I'm simply saying is that don't just click on any database for particular information. Always look at the information that that particular database contains, and then you're able to decide whether to search from within that database or not. Then the second thing I need to explain are the features, collections. Now, collections are basically where our databases allow you, when you're searching your resources, to create collections that you can refer to later. So for instance, I have an assignment that I'm working on, and I want to be able to write my assignment. And I want to put together resources that I intend to use when I'm writing my assignment. So that what that would mean is I'll create a collection for that assignment. Say I call that collection maybe communication, for example. I want to call that collection communication skills. So when I create that collection, I'll have it appearing under my collections. Then I can be able to search for resources and add to this collection, such that when I now sit down to write my paper, I don't have to start again going to these databases to look for the information. I'll just go and click on this folder, and then I'll be able to see what I was able to search and store there, and then access it and use it for my assignment. Then we have the favorites. Favorites are those databases that you use frequently, or the ones that you feel when you go to, you always get the information that you need for your assignment. So if you like a database, you can simply just click on this favorites icon to make it your favorite icon. So in future, when you come and click on favorites, then you'll be able to see which ones are your favorite database. So like now in my case, these are my favorite databases. Okay. Then next we look at how we can be able to search our information from these databases. Now, there are two ways in which we can access the content that is contained in these databases. So like I said, we have those that have electronic books. So let me click on all databases. So if you want electronic books, where can you search? You can search from eBook Central. You may need to write that down. You can search from ProQuest eBook Central. This is a good database for electronic books. You can search from Springer. Springer will also give you electronic books. You can search from Taylor and Francis ebooks, but this one you go for the open access content. So you can be able to get also electronic books in this database. Then you can also go to the Sage Research Methods. This one, it has very good books on research. And of course, you can also search in Palego, which is a very good database for textbooks. You can also find very nice books in this particular database. So that is where you can go to if you're interested in electronic books. Supposing my interest is on journal articles, where can I go to? The first database I would recommend is Taylor and Francis database. It has very good e-journals and it's multidisciplinary. You'll get quite a lot of resources there. You could still check with JSTOR. JSTOR is also right here. You can check from JSTOR. It has very good journal articles. You could still check from Emerald. Emerald has very good journal articles, especially for the business people. You'll find this database to be very, very helpful. Now, you can also search from the Sage database. So forget about the one for research. We also have this one, the Sage Publications, also has very good journal articles. Okay. And then, of course, we have Wiley right here. And then we have Springer that also has electronic journals in as much as it also has electronic books. Okay. Then you have databases where you can go to and get theses. So if you want to see theses from other universities or that were done by previous or other postgraduate students, you can always go to EBSCO. So when you click on the I in the EBSCO, you can see it's multidisciplinary and it has e-journals, but also has dissertations. So if you want to see theses from other universities, then you can search from EBSCO. Then we also have databases where you can get videos. So sometimes you don't want to read, you want to watch the content that is of interest to you. For instance, if you go to the Sage Research Methods right here, it has very good videos on research. So if you don't feel like reading, you can watch the videos or the podcasts that are found in this particular database. So generally, that is what we have to offer you. So we have ebooks, we have journals, we have theses, we have videos, we have case studies, and that will be very helpful to you as a student throughout your academic journey. Now we get into searching the content that we have within the library. So when you're searching, there are two ways in which you can search the content that is found in these databases. So if you go home, you'll see there's a search pane right here. Now, this search pane allows you to search for content within our databases, either using Google or using Google Scholar. So that will mean you'll put your subject term here and then pick the kind of browser you want to use so that you can be able to search. Okay. Just a minute, I respond to a question here. Abigail is saying, my loft is indicating that you cannot access library ebooks without extension. Very true. When you log in the first time, it will always prompt you to add an extension so that you're able to access the resources remotely. On my end, it didn't ask me to add the extension because I have used it before. But in the first time,
I don't know why they put Sunday. Yeah, but
sorry?
we have to submit it tomorrow.
Someone has to mute kindly.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, good night.
Okay, sorry. So I was just explaining that if you're logging in for the first time, ensure that, or rather it will prompt you to add the extension. Just add the extension because that is what will allow you to access the resources remotely. But once you log in, then subsequent times you won't need to add the extension. And of course, once you also log in with your email, that will be the first time. The second time you install, you go to My Loft, you'll not need again to log in unless you decide to log out. Okay, so just add the extension and you'll be good to go. If you're using a tablet or you're using a phone, it may ask you to disable the VPN or something. Just go ahead and also enable it so that you're able to access the resources remotely. Juliet is asking what is the extension. The extension you're adding is the My Loft extension. I don't know if you can see from here. Are you seeing where my cursor is on my browser? Can you see where my cursor is? From your end?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So this
Yes,
is the
yes, I'm
extension.
able to
This
see.
is what you're referring to as the extension.
Okay.
So once you add the extension, you will see this icon for My Loft appearing in your browser. If it appears here, then it means you have added the extension. Now, please note that without this extension, you'll not be able to access the resources. So you must add the extension. That is why the first time you're logging in, it prompts you automatically to add the extension. But like I've explained, subsequent times, you'll not need to add the extension. It's a one-off thing. Even logging in, unless you decide to log out, you'll always be logged into My Loft by default, unless you choose to have yourself logged out of My Loft. So you can log in once, add the extension once, and then that's it, unless you choose to log out of My Loft. I hope now it is very
That
clear.
option is not there. The only option that is popping up is for one to download. So that extension is not being seen, at least on my browser, on my end. I can only see it on your side. There's only the bookmark option on my side. So the extension that you're talking about, maybe it's not on my side really. Maybe I'm speaking for others.
Have you been able to log in?
Yes.
You're in My Loft.
The only option it's giving is for you to download or install, sorry, for you to install My Loft, but there's no extension icon at the top like yours. And I'm also using a laptop.
Sorry
You're
for
using a laptop.
interrupting. I think the
It's okay.
easiest thing is to use this new account because I'm also experiencing the same thing. And even if I try to download the app, it's still indicating that I need to do an extension. The easiest is just to use a new student's account for demonstration. Thank you.
Yes, please.
A new student account. It's not
Alternatively, someone can share the screen and then you can guide them through as they do it because I'm also experiencing the same challenge. When I click the extension, it's taking me to a different page. Then it's showing me the option of the app. But even if I upload the app, it's still showing me the extension. So maybe if someone can share the screen and then you can guide them through so that everybody else can learn through it.
Yeah, because the extension, even if I picked a new account, it won't work because already I have added on my end. Unless now whoever wants to share their screen probably could be allowed to share so that we can probably go through it together. So
And
can I stop
Ifrin,
sharing from
Ifrin, allow me to come in briefly.
Yes, please.
The browser, Yvonne, what browser are you using?
I'm using Chrome.
Chrome. Yeah, that should work. Chrome and Edge. Mozilla will not work or any other browser outside Chrome and Edge. So
Sorry,
it's okay.
I'm also using Chrome and
Yeah.
I'm experiencing the same problem.
All right. Then the best thing, like you've suggested, Ifrin, we can allow you demonstrate with
I stopped.
yeah.
You
You
see,
can
even if
stop
I
sharing.
I think I just need to stop
I
sharing
think you
so
can
that
uninstall you can uninstall the
Yes.
extension and install it afresh. It's possible. Just click on the extension and uninstall it, then you can show it.
okay, let me see that. Just a minute.
But I think that option of someone sharing who has not installed it is a good one.
20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could we have somebody sharing their screen? I've stopped sharing on my end. someone else can probably share so that we can see how it. Yvonne says she can share her screen. Probably you can be enabled to share.
She should be able to share.
Okay. I can see add extension. So you need to click on add extension. Click on add extension. So, then click on add to Chrome. Okay, when you click on add to Chrome, kindly scroll down. You have been able to add. So once you have scroll up a bit, I want to see if you've been able to. Did you click on add to Chrome? It can, okay. So just say add extension. It has been added to Chrome, right? I can see it has been added. So the problem now is it is not showing on your browser, but I can see it's now showing, right?
Yes. Some reason why
Is it?
it's showing. Yes.
Is it
I'm
now
able
showing?
to. Yes, it is.
Okay. I hope you have all followed that procedure. Let me just stop sharing so that I can, stop sharing kindly so that I share. I just explain how you can be able to make the icon appear on your Chrome. So this is the icon for extensions. You need to click on these extensions. And then once they appear, ensure that you pin My Loft. So once it's pinned, then it will appear in your browser. So if it's not appearing there, it could be it's among the extensions, yes, but it hasn't been pinned. Just pin it for it to appear in your browser. Are we together up to that point?
Please repeat that. Sorry, I didn't get that.
Okay, I was explaining that if you've added the extension and you can't see it appearing in your browser, it could be you have added yes, but you have not pinned it. Are you seeing this pin icon here? So if I unpin it, for instance, you see it will not appear. Yeah, but if I click on my extensions and then pin it, then it's going to appear in my browser like that. Is it making sense now? At least Yvonne is saying the pinning option works. Okay.
Yes,
It's now
it's okay
okay.
now.
It's okay now.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think up to that point we are on the same page. So I was now to get into now
Sorry,
being
ma'am,
able
I
to search
didn't
for.
get the pinning. I didn't get the pinning, please.
You didn't get the pinning. I was explaining that once you install your extension, it may not be appearing right here in your browser, probably because you
Right.
have not pinned it. I gave an example, like now if I unpin mine, you see that my browser does not have the icon for My
That
Loft,
disappeared,
right?
yes.
It has
Yes.
disappeared. So if I want it to appear here, I'll just go to my Chrome extensions and ensure that My Loft is pinned. Are you able to see that?
Chrome extension. Oh, then My Loft.
You pin.
Okay. Sorry. Is it giving me option to pin?
Yes. So just pin.
Do I click on Manage Extension or which one? Is it the
No.
advanced?
Is it appearing here? Can you see your extension where mine is showing in my
Yes,
my
My
menu
Loft.
for? Yes,
Yeah.
you can see this. Are you seeing
Yes.
this icon beside My Loft? That when you put your cursor
Yes.
there, it tells you either pin or unpin.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so click on pin and show it is appearing in blue.
Okay.
Have you clicked on it?
Sorry. Pin. Yeah. It looks like it's
Yeah.
pinned.
Yes. So when you pin, it should be able to appear in your browser. Is it?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Then we are good. Now, someone would wonder why should we have this icon in our browser, or why is this this icon important? The importance of this icon is that it's the one that you're going to use to be able to save your resources you want to refer to later in your collection. Recall we made a collection called communication skills. So all you have to do is to ensure that that collection is pinned during your search session, such that whatever it is you're searching, when you click on this save to my loft, it is actually saved to your collection. So the essence of you having this icon here is to enable you to save your sources to the collections that you have made within your library. Now, I was to get into the options of searching the content we have within our databases, and I had said there are two options, actually three options you can use to search. The first option is where you search using this search pen here. So when you go home, you can see that you can be able to conduct your search. Let me click home. Okay. You can conduct your search from this particular pointer. You can put your search terms here. Then it allows you to search either using Google or Google Scholar. So you know the two are search engines that help you to get content from the website or from the internet. Now, Google will give you any kind of content. I know we know that. But then Google Scholar will help you get content that is basically academic in nature or peer-reviewed content. Okay, so just a minute. I want to go home so that we can now try and conduct our search. So this is our homepage. This is our search pen. Assuming you want to look for something on communication skills, for example, okay, so that is my subject area, communication skills. I have an option of either searching using Google or Google Scholar. So I would always advise for us to use Google Scholar because then you're able to get scholarly content. So once I put my search terms here and I pick on Google Scholar and then just press on search, then it will open
Sorry,
a
how do we
different
pick
tab
on Google Scholar? Okay, it
right
has
here.
come. Okay, thanks. Mm,
You have seen. Yeah, ensure you
yes.
click on home. You must be home for you to use the search function. So you either pick on Google or Google Scholar, but the best is Google Scholar because you get academic content or peer-reviewed content. So once we do that, then you can see it appears just the way a normal Google Scholar search would actually display the results. The only difference is that you can see your icon for my loft is appearing. Can you see that? Let me try and enlarge this. Can you see my icon? I mean, the icon for my loft is appearing beside some results.
You can see. Yeah.
Like now
Yes.
it is here. It is also appearing on this one. It is appearing. So wherever the icon appears, it means that this article is found within our databases, or it is part of what is contained within our databases. Whatever does not have an icon may not be within our databases. But now this one, you're very sure it is in the Taylor and Francis database. This other one is also in the Taylor and Francis database, sorry. And then you'll find some of them have, this is within the database, but then there's a PDF also provided here. That will mean that this PDF might not be within our database, but this particular journal article is within our database. So it means in our database, we have access to it, but we are not able to download it, but you can still get the full text within Google Scholar. If you want to know one which has both the full text and the, within our database, a good example is like this one. So this article is found in our Wiley database and it is full text. You can still get the whole full text in Wiley. So what you're simply saying is that whenever you conduct a search and you use the Google Scholar search engine, then whatever it is you're going to get as the result, where you see this My Loft icon appearing, then it means it's within our databases. Anything that does not have My Loft beside it is not within our database. So this is within our database, same as this one, same as this one, same as this PDF. Are we together up to that
So
point?
when I searched
yes,
communication skill, just what you're doing, it didn't
Mhm.
give me the option of Google Scholar.
Did you click? Were you at home?
I'm
You
at
must
home.
be home. You must be home. Then click right here. You'll see there are two options. There's Google and Google Scholar. So pick on Google Scholar. Are
Sorry,
you able
go
to
back
see
again.
that?
If I type communication skills, which I have done,
Yes.
do I press enter or it will
No,
just show
before you
itself?
press enter, pick the search
Yeah.
engine. Are you seeing where my cursor is?
Yes, yes,
Right
yes.
here. Yes. So you pick on Google Scholar.
Oh, I see.
Click
Can I
on
just
Google
try
Scholar.
that one?
Such that you can see
Oh
your
my God.
search terms are here and Google Scholar is the search engine. You can see that.
That's good. Yes, yes, yes.
You're good. Okay.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Fine. So basically that is how you can search using the browsers, either Google Scholar or Google. Now the last option is basically where you need to go into these databases one at a time and search the content and see which one has the content that is of interest to you. So this is where now clicking on the eye will be very important to guide you to know what does each database contain. Like I said, they don't have similar resources. Others have books, others have journals, others have a mixture of books and book chapters and journal articles. Others have a mixture of videos and book chapters. And so you need to be sure what kind of content do you want? That is number one. Do you want a book, a journal article, and so on? Number two, you need to be sure what is your subject area, because again, they don't all cover the same subject area. Others are good in sciences, others are good in humanities, others in social sciences. So be sure what is the subject coverage of the database that you want to search in. Then the third thing is that for these databases, much as we have access to them, we don't have access to 100% of what these databases contain. So I'll be showing you how you can be able to filter and only get access to the content that you can be able to access in full text, okay? So that when you get the results, whatever is displayed is what you can download and be able to read full text as a Daystar student. So like I had said, we have those that have electronic books, and I remember I gave you examples like ProQuest, like Taylor and Francis, like Springer, like Palego, and so on. All those have electronic books. I know today we were not meant like to learn per se. We are here just to do a demo for you to see what we have. So I'll demonstrate two databases for books. I'll demonstrate two databases for journals, and then probably just demonstrate one for the videos. And then probably at your own time, you could try out the other databases. But then again, we'll still be coming to your classes to explain to you further how you can be able to access these resources so you'll be able to learn more during the class sessions. So today, allow me just to do a demo, but if you still have questions, feel free to ask for guidance. So I'll start with the ProQuest that we said, if we look at the information about it, you can see it has electronic books and it covers all the subject areas. So I'll click on it. So once you click on the database, it opens in a new tab. Now you have two options of searching. You can either decide to do a basic search or you can do an advanced search. So I'll go for advanced search because it allows you to put in all the filters before you actually conduct your search. So for example, I'm looking for something. Let's say our topic for today, let's pick it to be communication skills. Okay. So say that is what I am
Sorry, can
interested
I take you back? Sorry. How did you reach that database, the ProQuest? I can't see it.
You can see it on, click on all databases right here,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yes.
scroll. They are arranged alphabetically. P is somewhere towards the end.
Okay, go down.
Yes.
It's standard bearer for criminal justice around the world.
You have seen it.
I think I will find it. It's called, ProQuest ebook. Okay.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Exactly. You have seen it. Just click on it.
Yeah,
It
I've
will open
seen
in
it.
a new tab. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
fine. So when the database opens, you can either choose to browse by subjects just to see generally what subject areas are covered or what do they have under each subject area. Or you could do an advanced search, and that is where actually I am in the advanced search section. So I was saying for now, assume I'm doing an assignment and it's all about communication skills. So that is what I want to work on today. So I'll put my communication skills as the search terms here. But you can add as many terms as you want, up to 9, by adding this plus sign. Then, of course, for publications, you may need to filter the year of publication. Let's say for books, you're encouraged to use books that are not more than 10 years old, unless you're dealing with the classics. That is when you can probably use the very old book. So for now, if we start from 2025 backwards, then it means we'll only use books that are between 2015 up to 2025. Okay. Then the language, of course, I'll pick English because that is where most of us are. Download format, you can pick either, there's no problem. And then most importantly, you can pick on the book subscribed to by my library. Okay, like we said, we don't have access to 100%. So always pick on books that are owned and subscribed to by my library, and then go ahead and conduct your search. So once you do that, then you'll see all the books that are in your area of interest being displayed. So here we are. How many books do I have? I have 35,829 books. These are very many books that you can actually be able to make use of. Now, when the books are displayed, you can see it indicates the years of publication and how many books have been published each year. It also indicates the subject coverage of this particular book. So which means you can decide to filter by the subject, where you can say, I want these communication skills to be in which subject area, for example, in education, or let's say in business, economics, general. So I can pick a subject. Say I pick education. So once I do that, then you'll see my results are going to reduce. Now I'm at 1083 books, the ones that are on education. Then I can come and limit by the author. That is, if I know an author who does very good books on communication skills, I can decide to limit by the author. Okay. So once you have the results are here, then we can look through and see if there's a book that is of interest to us. So for instance, I like this book on becoming a globally competent teacher. So when I click on this book, then in this case, I'll have 4 ways in which I can access the content of this book. Option number 1, I can decide to read the book online, so that I just open the book on my laptop and I read it online from my computer like that. And of course, in this case, then the table of content will be here, and that will enable you to navigate through this book, so that you click on any of these topics, and then it's able to open for you within the book online and you can read. That is option number 1. Option number 2, I have gone through this book and probably only 1 or 2 pages are making sense to me. Probably only page 21 and page 22 are what are speaking to my assignment. So in this case, then I'll come and click on PDF. This one allows you to download a few pages from this book in PDF format. So if I click on print to PDF, right there, it will ask me, what pages do I want to print? So I will say, I want to print page 21 up to page 22 in PDF. And then I'll go ahead and say, continue. So once I do that, it will open the PDF for me. So right here, then you can see the PDF for page 21 and page 22. So that means I don't need to download the entire book if only 1 or 2 pages are making sense to me or are going to be important for my assignment. Then in this case, I can go ahead and save these particular pages and I can read them later. Option number 3 is where there's a particular chapter that is actually very important for me. Say I like the chapter on intercultural communication. That is the one I want to download. So you can download the entire chapter as long as it falls within the page range of the pages you are allowed to convert to PDF from this particular book. So I want to get chapter number 6, for example. So I'll click on print to PDF. Then it must be in the current chapter that I want to download and then say continue. So once I do that again, it will create for me the PDF for that particular chapter that I am interested in. And now this is my chapter 6, and I can be able to save this chapter 6 and read it later. Then the last option is where I want to get the entire book and read it later. So I'll click on this full download icon. So once I do that, then it will ask you or send you back to the Daystar login page. Just go ahead and say continue. Okay. Then so we are downloading. So you need to pick what device you're using. So like now I'm using a laptop. I'll say I'm using my own computer and I'm using a laptop. Okay. Then I will say continue. So it will ask me to get this software. This software is a digital rights management software that will also ensure that much as you have access to the book in soft copy, then you don't also misuse the copyright. So all the books that you download from this particular database will be accessible through this particular software. So go ahead and get this software if you don't have it. So once you install it, then you should be able to see on your desktop this particular icon appearing. So if this icon appears on your desktop, it means you have installed your software correctly. So once you have installed your software correctly, then you will go back and say, I'm done with the step. Then of course, with the books from these databases, this database specifically, you get it as a loan. So I'll click here and say I want it for up to 21 days, and then I'll be able to download the book. Now, when you download the book will be saved in our Adobe Digital Editions, the software that we just installed. So you can see it is actually opening, and this is where I'll have access to this particular book. So you see my book is being downloaded, and it's right here. So I can be able to read it from this particular software. Okay, so my book is right here and I can have access to it. So that is how you're able to download an entire book from the ProQuest or the ebook central library. So all the books you download will always appear in this particular library. You just need to click on them and then be able to access them. So that is all about the demo for ProQuest ebook central. Next, I want us to look at a demo from Springer. Springer, we also said, is for electronic books. Okay. So Springer is right here. And we said we are going to work on a topic. Somebody is asking what happens after 21 days. The book will expire. Let me just share my library. You see, I had downloaded these other 4 books and they have all expired. That would mean if I want to get them, I'll have to go back and download. So the one I've downloaded today, I have 20 days left to read the book. After 20, it will indicate it's expired. I'll have to go back and get the book for another 21 days. I hope I have answered that question.
Madam,
Okay,
on that question, so it's possible to lose your download even if you bring it and save it in a folder on your laptop?
No, you see the issue is if you get the book as a PDF from our e-library, then you can use it for as long as you want. But for this particular database, because the books that you're downloading have to be accessed through this particular software, it's the one that ensures that much as you have the book in soft copy, you don't print it, you can't send anyone, you can't copy a lot of it and probably paste somewhere else. It's just a way of trying to control how we use the book in soft copy. So once the 21 days are over, you can always go back and download the same book for another 21 days.
Okay.
But what you download as a PDF, like what I'm about to show you, you can keep it for as long as you want. Like now the books from Springer, you can keep them for as long as you want because Springer allows you to download the books in PDF format. So let me just try Springer. We see how it happens. So I've searched for communication skills. Okay. So this is a new interface, but we can go back to the old one. It's a bit more friendly compared to this new one. So let me just go back to the old search interface, this one. So I'll put my search terms there, communication skills, and then I search. So once I do that, you can see I have 640,466 resources on communication skills. The first filter you need to apply is this one, so that you don't get preview content. Preview content is content that is not full text. Content can only see the details of the source, but you cannot get the entire source in soft copy. So ensure that you uncheck that box. That is the first thing you need to do. So now you see I'm down to 168,000 publications. And like I said, Springer contains different kinds of content. So you have articles, chapters, and so on. For now, our interest is on books, so I'll pick on books. So what I'll have displayed here will now be electronic books. Then I can also filter by the discipline. So these books I want on communication skills, what discipline must they be in? Say I want it in education. Okay,
Sorry for taking you back.
Yes.
You talked about going back to the old search. I don't know. My search is different and it's not bringing those parts you're talking about. Is it because I didn't go back?
Yeah, you didn't go back. The older,
How do you
they're
go
still
back?
trying. How do I go back? Let me just go. Let me open again. So this is where we were. This is the new interface. Are we
Yes.
following? So I put my search terms here. I search. Okay.
Yes.
Then it tells you we are improving our search experience. Yeah. To check whether you have full access or not, then you go to the old one. This new version does not allow you the opportunity to filter to what you have access to. So it will give you all the content. Some you have access to, some you don't have access to. It does not have that space for filtering. The way this one, the old one, would help you to filter from the word go. This one here, so that you don't get review content. Are we together?
Yeah, I think I've seen it now.
Exactly. So here we are. So we have filtered by discipline. You can also filter by sub-discipline. So say we want education, general, okay, for example, and then maybe filter and say we only want to see English publications. So once we've done that, if there's any book that I like, say I like this one on Handbook of Educational Reform through Blended Learning. Once I do that, okay, so once I've done that, then I download the book. Okay, so once you download, then you'll be able to get access to your book in soft copy like that. Now, what the gentleman was asking, this book, because it is in PDF, then I can save it and use it for as long as I want. Okay. So that is all about the two demos I was to do about electronic books. I know time is not on our side, but I'll try and just look at two journals very fast, and then I will allow Grace to pick up from there. So we can do two demos for journal articles, and then we can call it a day. So for journal articles, I will pick on Taylor and Francis for my demo, because Taylor and Francis, you can see, it is multidisciplinary. It has lots of subject areas. So you can be very sure you'll be able to get all the information that you need from that database. So once you're here, then always go for advanced search, like I said. When you see a search feature that has basic and advanced, if you can, always click on advanced search. So what are we looking for? Say we want something on communication skills. That is what our subject area is today. How recent do we want these journal articles to be? For journal articles, we encourage you to use those that are not more than 5 years old. So in this case, then you work with 2020 up to 2025. Okay. then we can be able now to carry out our search. And of course, you can add as many search terms as possible using that particular plus sign we have seen. So I have how many journal articles? 217,854 journal articles. And remember what we said, we don't have access to 100% of what these databases contain. So the first filter should always be show content I have full access to, so that whatever it is that you're left with is content that you can actually download. So here we are. Let's see, out of these 217,000, how many of them can we actually be able to download in full text? Okay. Okay, so a bit over time. Let's give it time. Okay, so here we are. So we have access to 198,927 journal articles. This is what we can access full text. Now, of course, you can come and apply your filters here. So this time we say we only want to see articles because our interest is on journal articles. So I'll pick on article. When I pick on article, it will be able to update my results. Now you see we are at 170. I can come and filter by subject and say, we want something, maybe let it be in social sciences, for example. If I do that, you can see now we are down to 25,270. Then I could limit further by the publication date and probably say, hopefully you applied the date. Okay. So these are the results that we have. Now, if there's any that I'm interested in, now I can read through and see if there's any interesting one. Maybe I say I like this one on skilling communication, the discourse and meta discourse of communication in self-help books. When I click on that title, okay, it will allow me to download the full article. So I'll view the PDF. Okay. So the PDF is right here, so I can download it. So from the PDF. So once the PDF is downloaded, then you can be able also to save it and use it for as long as you want. Okay. Then the last database I would like us to look at for electronic journals is JSTOR. JSTOR, if we click at the eye, we can see it has e-journals and it covers these subject areas. So it also has a lot of subject areas covered in this particular journal. So when I click on it also, it will open in a different tab. So here we are. So we can either conduct our basic search here, or we can decide to pick on the advanced search function. When I click on advanced search, it will ask me to key in my search terms. So I want communication skills. And of course, you can add as many terms up to 9, of course. Then always remember the filter that we gave. Don't pick on everything. Pick on content I can access. Like I said, we don't have access to 100% of the content of these databases. So always filter to content that you can access. Now, what are we interested in now? Our interest is on journal articles. So I pick on articles. What language should the articles be in? I can pick on English. So I only get English journal articles. From which year? We say journal articles, we don't do more than 5 years unless we are dealing with a classic topic or a classic subject area. So I'll pick 2020 to 2025. And then I can decide to pick on which subject area. Yeah, probably I want it in African studies, for example. And then I'll go ahead and conduct or submit my search. So let's see what you're going to end up with. So I have 182 results based on all the filters that I applied. Then I can go through and see which one is going to interest me. Okay. Probably I say I want this one, skills or credentials, comparing the perspectives of degree and non-degree holding Ghanaian graduates on the value of higher education. Okay, so once I do that, and then it will give me the download function or the download icon. So I download. Just accept the terms and then download. So once the article is downloaded in PDF, then you can be able to save it and you can use it for as long as you want. So let's download it from this icon here. So I want this PDF, you download the PDF. Okay, so let me just click anywhere I can save. I can save. So my article is right here. Okay, so I can save it and I can use it for as long as I want. So basically I would say I have just demonstrated like 4 databases, but there are quite a number of resources and databases that you can be able to access. What you realize is that it's the same format. Click on the I, get to know what are the subject areas covered, get to know what are the kind of content that are found in the database. 2, look out for the search pen window. Either do a basic search or do an advanced search. Number 3, then you'll be able to key in the search terms that you want, and of course apply the filters if you have to. And don't forget the most important filter, where it is content you have access to. Once the results are displayed, look through whatever it is, or the list, and see which one is interesting to you, and then look out for the PDF place for downloading, and then download the PDF. So what I would urge us to do is that today we've just shown you or demonstrated or exposed you to what we have. At your own time, if you're able to log in, try and explore what each of these databases contains, so that by the time we come to classes again to take you through this whole training, then you'll be able to engage better because you have an idea of what is contained within our databases. I know I'm pressed of time because we have only 1 hour and there's a lot to do. So I think I'll stop at that point and then probably allow then to pick up from there. Jen, are you around?
Thanks a lot,
Probably we
Ephraim.
could- Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ephraim, for that presentation. That was really good. I believe the students have gotten it. And like you've said, please, everyone, I can see you've put some questions on the chat, which Grace has been responding to. And she has put in the email there, library@daystar.ac.ke. Those of you who have not been able to log in or sign up, please, you can send an email. You can send us an email or you can communicate to us via that email. We will help you. We will continue to guide you. Now we're going to have Grace come in to tell you about the online public access catalog and the institutional repository very briefly. Grace, please.
Please allow me to share my screen.
Ephraim, please pull down. Okay, thank you. Grace, go ahead and share.
Hi.
Yes, Mary.
Just to clarify, are we going to have a video of this shared? It would be really helpful.
I will find out if I'm not sure this was being recorded because we came in when another session was on.
It is being recorded.
It is being recorded.
It is being recorded.
being
Then you're going to
yes.
have it. You're going to have it. Mhm.
Okay, thank
And
you.
just to mention, to add as Grace shares, just to mention that we're going to have quite a number of these trainings. So when we call you, when you see we are shared about a training, please join in. We'll continue doing refreshers on the online library, on referencing styles, on quality academic writing. Like Ephraim mentioned that she does similarity checks. We'll be telling you more about that. So we'll be training you on different things. So whenever we call for a training, please join in and we'll guide you on a number of areas. Grace.
Please confirm if you're able to see my screen.
We can see it.
Okay. I request the students to look for library.daystar.ac.ke. It's on the screen, library.daystar.ac.ke. This is the home page to all our library resources. Are we there? And because we are short of time, I will be quick. On the left-hand side, please click on this tab, the institutional repository. I will start with our repository, and it should be able to bring you to this tab. Are we together?
No.
Can you see my screen where it's repository.daystar?
Can we start all over?
Okay.
Yes.
Just start.
Please look for library.daystar.ac.ke.
Where are we looking for that?
Please go to Google and look for library.daystar.ac.ke.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we there? You should be able to see the screen like mine appears. Somebody confirm?
It's still loading. Mine is still loading.
Loading.
Okay.
From my side, when I library.daystar.ac.ke, I'm provided with links like Library Genesis.
Can you see my screen? Look at this,
Yes.
library.daystar.ac.ke.
We can see your screen, but many are not loading. It's a blank page.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Okay, thank you.
Mine
Maybe
is also still loading. I think it takes time.
Okay, maybe as it's loading because of time, could we move to?
Are you saying library.daystar or at daystar?
.daystar.
The link has been shared on the
.ac.ke.
chat. The link has been shared on the chat.
Thank you, Makunda.
Yes,
on the
I've
left,
actually clicked on the link, but unfortunately, it's still loading for most of us.
Okay. Could I continue? Then you will catch up.
No, just continue.
On the left-hand side, you will see the library resources. You will see library home, institutional repository, and the digital library. I want us to go to the institutional repository.
What email is used to log in? There's a login we need to do. What email and password?
You will not need to log in. Just stay on the page. Please note that you don't need to log in the way you are doing it for my loft. Are we at Daystar University repository?
Yes.
Thank you.
No.
This repository is where we publish information that has been written by Daystar staff, Daystar faculty, and Daystar students. We normally arrange the content as per communities. You can see we have policies, let me go to the first page. You have class projects and student articles. We have a community called conference, workshop, seminar, proceedings, and lecture series. We have a community called the Daystar Archives. We have a community called the Daystar University Publications, which you will see has the most resources, 1,066. We have another one called Lectures and Speeches. Are we together up to that point? Can we see the communities?
Yes, some of us are not
We're
there.
not together.
Yeah. Because it just appeared right now for me.
Okay, because of from these communities, the other community is policies, theses and dissertations, and university exam bank. The community that I would be interested in, because we are dealing with postgraduate students, is the Daystar University Publications and the one containing theses and dissertations. I will go to Daystar University Publications, and you will find sub-communities. We have students who are doing MBA, we have students who are doing a PhD in business, others are doing psychology. So here, the communities are organized as per your school. So for this purpose, let's just pick the School of Applied Human Sciences. And within this community, you will find book chapters that have been done by the faculty. You will find books, and you will find journal articles. In this case, the books, unless they are open source, you will only find the bibliographic details or just the details about the books. But for the journal articles, you will be able to find the complete journal article. Let me demonstrate with this community, this that has 150, and you'll be able to find the submissions that have been done. You will be able to find articles that you can search by issue date, you can search by the author. If you know the title of the journal, you can search by that. You can also even search by subject or the subject category. Let's pick the first one, alcohol use, dynamics and mitigation among adolescents in rural Kenya. And you simply click on it. And on the left-hand side, you will be able to see that this article has a PDF. You will be able to see who has authored it, the date it was published. You will find the journal that it has been published in. You will find an abstract for most journal articles. This one helps you to be able to see if it is in the subject that you're interested in. You will find the keywords. For example, if you're working on a term paper on alcohol use or adolescents and mitigation of the same, you'll be able to see this and it will guide you whether this article is useful to you or not. And you simply click on the PDF provided, and you have the full access to the article. So we simply, as it's loading, let me repeat that again. Maybe some are going in. You go to home, you go to the Daystar University Publications, you go to the school that you're interested in, because I said we organize them by schools. If it's a journal article, you go to the specific article. If it is a book chapter, you will go to that community. If it's a book, you will be able to get the details of the book. And it's taking a bit of time. And you keep the PDF for the same. Let me go back to home again. Again, I said we are pressed for time. So on the next page, you will find our collection for thesis and dissertation. Again, because we are postgraduate students, you will find that you will be referring to these a lot. We have tried as much as possible to put the most recent PhD and master's theses and dissertations online, but you will also find in this community other theses that you will only be able to find the abstract description of the same. You can be able to find the print copy of the older editions of the theses and dissertations in the physical library. But for the new ones, for both, again, it's organized by PhD dissertations and master theses. Let me just go to PhD. We had earlier, we have PhDs in psychology and PhD in communication. For the ones who are doing a PhD in business, that class is yet to graduate. So because we had demonstrated with the School of Applied Human Sciences, we can look for a thesis from the School of Communication. Again, if you know the author or the title or the subject that you're looking at, you can be able to use those filters to guide you. And you can see we have 2024. So we have tried as much as possible to upload the theses as they are being done. For purposes of demonstration, again, you can see there are several of them. We have 28 of those. Let me just pick one by Okoye John Bell, one of our faculty members. And again, you'll be able to get the same format as we had seen for journal articles. You are able to see the abstract, you're able to see the keywords, the description of the same. You will be able to get the citation. And on the left-hand side, you will be able to get the full PDF of the same. Any question up to that point? Any question?
Yes.
Please
I need to know.
Yes.
I had the library had said that there are some books that can be borrowed for 2 weeks, others for 1 month. So how do you know the difference?
Sorry, come again.
There are some books that are borrowed.
Sorry,
for
come
2
again.
I'm saying.
Yes.
So there are some books that can be borrowed for 2 weeks and others for a month.
Yes. Where are you? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but we are demonstrating the repository. I will come to the physical books in a minute. Yes.
Okay.
Any question on the repository?
Yes, Moses here.
Please go ahead.
Yes. While the previous speaker was taking us through the journals and books, we were given the oldest we can go. Journals 5 years, books 10
Yes.
years. Do you have the oldest in terms of thesis and dissertations that we can make reference to? Then,
We have. We
yes.
do have a few that are online.
Yes.
But for the most recent are the ones you'll be able to get the full text access to the same. For the previous older ones, maybe from 2016 going downwards, you most likely will get the abstract and the description, but you will not be able to get the full download or the full PDF of the thesis.
Thank you. And while there are those that we can access despite being old, does the university have the limited age of materials that we can access? Maybe say you can only go to 2015 thesis or dissertation, or it's not unlimited when it comes to this.
No, for thesis, you see, you are looking at them so that you have an idea of the history or what has been done in your topic. Depending on, for example, if you are doing the background to your research, you can go as far back as possible so that you have the historical background of your topic. Okay. But I assure you, especially for the ones who are able to access our Nairobi library, you'll be able to get the very old dissertations. We're in the process of trying as much as possible to make them available online by scanning. So we will be adding as we go on.
Thank you. Second question was,
Yes, please.
Although I'm not sure if it will be responded to. We've been shown how to access material through the databases by the previous speaker.
Yes.
And now we are in the e-libraries.
We are now on the repository.
Yes. Do we, at some point, will you speak to, do we have digitized books, the physical books in the library that we can access in the portal?
No, because books have very strict copyright, and therefore we do not scan books. We do not scan print books and put them online. We only put books online in the digital library that we have either paid for or that are freely available open access.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other question on the repository? Then the only thing I want to ask, yes?
Maybe could you just make one last round on how we can get to the Daystar publications on the repository? Some of us, my portal took long to load.
Okay, let me go back to home. I assume you are on this home page. You will go to it's the fourth collection, Daystar University Publications, that is indicating it has 1,066 items. And you simply click on it. You will find various communities. What is your school?
School of Communication.
School of Communication. You can see it has 217. And you can be able now to search whether you're looking at book reviews, book chapters, books, or journal articles. Again, I said everything that is here is publications by staff, faculty, or students of Daystar University. I beg to leave the repository. If there is any other question, please put it on the chat. I will go back to the page, our homepage, library.daystar.ac.ke. Please, let's go back to library.daystar.ac.ke. And this is the gateway, as I said, to the Daystar library resources. We have a catalog, what we call the online public access catalog. And this catalog lists everything that we have in the physical library, but it also contains a few books that are available online. Are we on the library.daystar.ac, where you are seeing library catalog? As my colleague Euphrine had taught us, you are able to do a basic search or an advanced search. And when you come to look for a physical book, you could either have the title, you could either have the author, the subject. For some persons, they have the ISBN. And you can be able to use this as the gateway to search our library catalog. I will use the same topic that Euphrine had used today, communication skills.
Communication skills.
And as it's taking a bit of time, I can be telling you about our library opening hours. In Nairobi, we open from 8:30 all the way to 9 during the weekdays. We close for chapel and for Bible study. On Saturday, we open at 8:30 all the way to 5 p.m. We have been able to get the results. It is telling me that we have 165 results. And you can see, as I had said, our catalog lists also some electronic books. So for the electronic books, you will simply click on this link and it will take you, you will need to be on my loft. to have logged in into Microsoft for you to be able to access the book. And I want to filter so that I get items that are physical. For us to be able to filter, please, the left-hand side, you will be able to see our collections. For example, general collections, you'll be able to see the book is in which library. Is it at River? Is it Nairobi campus? Again, you'll be able to see the item type. I'm on the left-hand side. Or is it an audiovisual material? Is it an electronic book? Is it a general collection item? And for purposes of research, let's do Nairobi campus. I am assuming we will be borrowing mostly from the Nairobi campus, if you're available in Nairobi. Somebody had asked a question about borrowing books for 2 weeks. We have the master's students. You are allowed to borrow a book for a period of 2 weeks. You are allowed to borrow up to 11 books at any particular time. For the PhD students, you can borrow 11 textbooks for up to a month. They can be renewed in case there is no one who has requested for the use of the same. Are we together? I'm still waiting for it to load. It's taking a bit of time. Are we together?
Let me get this clarity.
Please do.
The book, the 11 books, you're saying those ones can be borrowed for 2 weeks for masters?
Yes.
Students. Okay. Then PhD for a month?
Yes.
Okay.
And Moses here, could you please repeat where you mentioned where we needed to, we may be required to sign in through My Loft to access the material?
I said that we've incorporated a few records that are for the ebooks in the catalog. For example, the first book on this page, you can see it's indicated it's an electronic book accessible through the World Wide Web. And this is why I was saying for you to be able to open that particular book, you need to have logged into My Loft so that you're able to have access to the same. Are we together?
Yes, thank you.
I had filtered to Nairobi campus, and you can be able to see my search results have come down to 37. And for here, you simply, this is a description of the books. For you to get these books, you have to come physically to the library and access the same. So what this catalog helps you to do is to know that that book is available in the library. You are able to get the details of the book. For example, you can see the title, you can see who has authored it, you can see that the format is in print, the year, the publication details, for example, the year of publication, who is the publisher. It tells you if a book is available or not available, so that you, for example, you can see it's available for loan and it is in Nairobi campus and how many are available. This helps you so that you're able to know if a book is there before you come over to the library. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So basically, that is it for the library catalog. When we have the classes later on, we will be able to teach you more about how to manage your library account so that you will be able to also interact with our very rich physical collection if you are able to come to Nairobi or to come to Athi River. Jane, I think I will leave it there for now.
I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Please do.
do we need to log in? And what details are we using to log in?
I was avoiding that part. We use the student number and the student number for both. Just give me a minute. We log in. That's why I said because of time, I would want us to do that when we come to the class later on. We use the student number and the default is the student number for your username and the password is still your student number. But I want to leave it there for now. We will be coming to teach you later on. Jane?
Yes, thank you very much, Grace. Thank you for that elaborate and clear presentation. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for staying on for that time. And we appreciate every question you've asked, the discussion. We appreciate your interactions. Please, if you have any question, put it through, send it to us via our email, library@daystar.ac.ke. We'll be able to respond to you. And anything that you need clarified, please do that. We will be able to respond. And we'll send you some tutorials or guides on my loft, on Palego, and on how to access these things. So you will get guides via your emails, but feel free to send us questions. We're going to stop at that point and we'll hand you over to the registry department. We are really sorry we have eaten into their time, but I believe it was worth it. So thank you very much. Let's see you during the trainings as you visit the library, as you interact with us virtually, and we'll continue to serve you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Dorothy,
Bye.
Dr. Kagwaini, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Jane. Thank you so much. At least I've arrived in the house, so it was nice. It has taken some time, and welcome the new January 2025 students. You're still admitted students. We have not yet enrolled you, and the purpose of today is to make sure we enroll you so that we can start class on Monday. So we want to be able to do the registration. We want to be able to choose the classes. I hope yesterday everybody received their course planner. Everybody received the courses they will be registering this semester. And as we normally say, this is the home of the academicians. And the difference between us and others is because we make sure we integrate the bit of faith. Now, I don't want to do more theory. I want to do more practicability, but I have two things from the registrar that I will need to show you, just two things. Jane, can I be able to share? Let me see. Okay, good. You can see my screen. I just want to be able to show you two things. In Nairobi campus, these are the people you need, and make sure you pick this name. Sometimes it is, you are in a situation you need to talk to somebody and you're wondering, where do I start from? Everybody has a Daystar's email. Our university registrar, all of us, we got a letter that has been signed by Professor Mbutu, and you met him on Monday during the matriculation. Anytime you see these names on Nairobi campus, you'll be able to see Henry Kahio. That means if you want to send an email, you'll be able to write it as hkahio@daystar.ac.ke. If you want to talk to James Waita, you will send jwaita@daystar.ac.ke. If you want to send an email to Shifra Ndungu, you will see sndungu@daystar.ac.ke. And then the Athiriva, these are the Athiriva staff that normally help us in Nairobi campus. You will meet Jennifer Mutie. Every time you write an email, you will see J Mutie. You'll be able to talk to her. If it's Maurice Kioko will be doing the practicability right now. So his email is mkioko. You'll see Winnie Gadere, her email is wgadere, and you'll be able to see Joyce Munyao, again, all of them. You'll be writing J Malatu, P Amata, and Paul Nganga, which is P Nganga. So those are the stuff that you need to be able to keep those emails. I'm only going to talk about 3 things. I've said 3 things because time has really gone. Every program has general course, required course, and electives. So today we are going to go to the portal, and you'll notice the portal is divided into those 3 things: the core electives, the required courses, and the general courses. For you, because you're new students, you'll only start with general courses and required courses. I've said I'll only talk about 3 things. The others I won't talk about. There's also another thing about registration. Now, registration is important because we did the matriculation where you are given an online form to fill so that you can be able to access your account today. If you have not filled that form, start dropping your student number right now. Just make sure you write 25-0, whatever the number. Why? Because without that matriculation, you cannot be able to choose the courses. Number 2, all the verifications will be done on Friday, on Saturday in Nairobi campus. Those who have already brought their documents, we've already matriculated them. So that means your file is good to go. The others we expect you to bring on Saturday. And the beauty of coming on Saturday is because you get to network. You get to see another person who is in the psychology. There's another person who is in the communication. There's another student in strategic. You start getting to know each other. So that when you're doing group work, you've gotten to know each other. So the first thing is matriculation and the verification on Saturday. Then today, we are now going to move you, the continuing students, we have moved you from undergraduate to postgraduate. Then we select courses. So we are going to select courses right now. We are putting them into the basket. The basket will be able to show you the invoice, how much you need to pay. I see students writing an email. Can you give me an invoice for 1, 2, 3? You don't need to do that. Once we book your courses, you'll be able to see the amount of money you need to pay for your school fees, and then you complete registration. And automatically your name will go to the e-learning, in the e-learning class, in the e-learning portal, and then the class can be able to happen. Now we have something we call add and drop. This happens for 2nd semester and 3rd semester. Sometimes you might notice there is a core course that you need to do this semester because it might not be offered next semester. So when that happens, you drop the one it will be offered next semester, and the one that the core might not be offered in this semester, you add it. So we talk about add and drop courses. And then lastly, I've said I'm only talking about 3 things, because we want to do practicability. This is the other thing I want to talk about the grades. This is the 3rd thing. This is the grade. We normally talk about grade point average. So you'll hear next week when students, the grades will have come out, you'll hear them talking about what was your GPA? What was your GPA? Your GPA is the grade point average, where we talk about a grade A. So postgraduate, your pass mark is up to 71 to 75. That is the superior student. So you can be able to see the superior and the average. We are not talking if you do worse, we are thinking about her as being at 66 to 70. That is where we have not done so well. Why is that so? Because most of your work will be assignments. If you're given a take home, plan your time how to submit your take home. And remember, you're submitting it through the e-learning. So time is of essence. If you're supposed to submit at 8:30 and then you submit at 8:31, the computer automatically logs you. You can't send an email to the lecturer. You must do either a special or you must repeat that class. So again, time becomes of essence. Now, there are these grades we talk about, non-calculated grades. These ones should not be your portion. But in case it happens, the only grade and a non-calculated grade I would allow is this one, which is X. X comes like, for example, if you had registered your courses, but by the time you're doing your final exam, you have not completed your school fees. You are allowed to do something we call special exam. And the special exam, it is done within 1 year. If you withdraw a course, you must come back again and register for it because you cannot graduate with these courses we call non-calculated grades. So I'm already thinking about your graduation. So in your portal, you'll be able to see a transcript, and the transcript will be able to show you the grade. Anytime you see this grade, now in Daystar, you might go and do final exam and you get 90%. But if your attendance was not 70, was actually less than 75%, you get a grade E. You must repeat that class. So attendance becomes very important. Again, we are going to register a course right now, and you do not go to class. You'll get grade Z. If you get grade Z, you must repeat that class. So all what we are saying, whatever you register today, you have this, which I have shown to you here. We have 2 weeks to do add and drop. In case of something happens, just something, you might be transferred, or your work, you might get a promotion that you feel, oh, I had taken 5 courses, but I need to do 3. You have the window up to 31st to either drop or either add. By that time, classes have started on Monday. So again, it's about planning, it's about being purposeful, and it is about being ready. Remember, we become students. So we are becoming students, and there's that which is an expectation. We are hoping we can carry ourselves through. So I want us to go to the practicability. Maurice Kioko, I hope you're ready, because I will not talk much more because of time. Let us go and choose courses. If you come on Saturday, I will be able to tell you more of the expectation from the registrar to your graduation next Saturday. On Saturday. See you, and God bless you. So let us go to work. Maurice, let's go to work.
Hi, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr.
I hear you.
My name is Chris. And I'm going to, because of time, we are not going to spend too much time, but this is the most important session, which will require you to be doing this every semester for you to finish your courses and graduate. So you must register your classes, and the registration is done online. You applied online, you reported. Right now, you're going to do your classes online too for those who are online students. Those who are returning students or continuing students who have been here with us, definitely some of you have been away for some time. We have changed the systems, academic systems have changed several times. So just follow up. We will get to assist you where things get tough for you. But those who are just here in the last period of 4 years, the system is the same one. Nothing has changed. You'll just be able to log in the same way you have been logging in before. But let's go. There are those who are new, completely new. So this is their first time they interact in this student portal. And this is the portal you'll interact with it until you graduate. So I'll pick several scenarios of different students and explain those scenarios, which you might be falling in those scenarios. If you come across that scenario, I'll tell you what you're supposed to do. So the first thing you need to do, let me just share. Yes, a little bit. So I believe you can see my screen. This is just a regular browser. Those people who are using mobile phones to access the portal, you're going to experience different kind of tools that are mobile based. But for someone who's using a computer, it will be easier for you because the computer is more wide and you can be able to see a broader view of the portal. So the first thing you need to do is open just a browser. Any browser will be okay. And go to student.daystar.ac.ke. You can go to Google and just type the same thing. It's just you can go to the URL link and just type the same thing. It will open, and you just press open. You just enter. It will take you to this login screen. So this is our portal login screen. What you need to do is to use the same registration number, and I'll tell you what your password is. For the person who is completely new, but the students who have been here, definitely your password, you must have changed it to something else before. So I'll go to one scenario that someone might face. I'll pick a number, just a random number, and I'll use it there. That is 23. Make sure it has a hyphen in between 20, 25, 23, 24. One thing you need to realize, the 23, it is the year when you were admitted. 25 is the year when you are admitted. 24 is the year you have been. So the number which comes before the hyphen is the year when you were admitted. In either scenario, on your first program, some people have retained their old numbers. So then the number which follows is the numerical number in terms of your admission. How many people were admitted that year? So you are that number 1891. You are admitted in 2023, 1891 as a student number 1891. So what the default password for every student is the word student without caps. Just exactly the way it looks like that. Student. Kindly pay attention to this, because I know some people will start asking me, what is my password? So that is the word student. Don't put anything, just the way it is. Then you will click on login. Now let's see the scenario. This person is able to log in because AOC has been activated or matriculated. The information which is there belongs to that person. In case you come across information that does not make sense, definitely you can see this person date of birth was born just 1 year after Christ, which is not possible. 0001, which is very much wrong. So that is the information which needs to be corrected, like that one. So definitely you can get in touch with the admissions if you find something which is wrong here. Just write email to admissions@daystar.ac.ke. Someone is going to type that email somewhere in the chat. Admissions, they will be able to correct this information. Admissions@daystar.ac.ke. So the other information is just purely, when you see Nairobi campus, definitely for every student who is taking online classes, who is evening student, they belong to Nairobi campus. Don't ask why is my campus showing Nairobi and I'm not a physical student. Initially, before COVID started, the evening program used to be happening very much physically in Nairobi campus in the evening. But the COVID came in, we have tried to transition to online. So we are still online, but the program is still Nairobi campus. So don't ask why your campus is showing Nairobi. If the campus is showing at the or the main campus, then just get in touch with someone on there are people from our office who are in this call. Just type that and make sure you just type your student number, say wrong campus, it should be Nairobi, NBI, should be Nairobi. So when you type, don't just type out something which someone does not understand. Type something which someone is going to pick up, and then they go in the system at the back end, and they'll be able to change for you. I will suggest we wait until I'm able to explain all the scenarios before any question is raised. So that basic information is for a student who is already matriculated and is active. Now, how about a student who has not been activated? How do they look like? Let me pick a scenario somewhere. I'll just pick a sample of someone who is not active. Matriculation is just activating somebody's account. Do not be surprised by the word. It's just an activation of you becoming a full student. So let me just pick this one. I hope it is not the logo. So this is another scenario. 25 and 0668. Then password is just the same, student. Now, if you get in this kind of warning, and that's why I said I want to give all the scenarios so that everybody can know where they belong. If you get in this kind of warning, it means your account is not activated. So what you need to do is just to say, my account is not activated. On the chat, just text on the chat, my account is not activated, and put your student number there. So that someone will pick that and activate your account as we continue. Once the account is activated, someone is still going to reply to you and tell you it's already activated. So this is a scenario of an account which is not activated. You'll get an authorized login, visit registrar's office, meaning your account has not been activated by us, so you're still an applicant. Now, let's say the account is activated, but you put the wrong details, like the wrong password, for example. There was that account which I was using. Let me get it back. I'll ask for somebody's account. We'll do a sample thing, but for now, let me just work on this dummy accounts. Okay. Now let's say instead of you put in the word student, you put something, you make a type and you put like that. So it definitely tells you either your password or your username is wrong. If forgotten password, you can reset. Resetting password is just down here. You forgot your password, and the resetting goes to your student email. I guess you have been introduced to student email earlier. So it's the same scenarios when you forget password for anything. It will send a prompt in your student email, and then you'll be able to click on that prompt and then you create a new password. But for now, your password is very simple, just student. So I don't expect someone to really miss that password at all. Now, I don't want to continue dealing with this account. I want someone to volunteer the account. We do some tests.
I could volunteer.
What is your student number?
250465.
Okay. You can see definitely you are not born in 2025.
And
That
it is
one is
not
something
male.
you'll need to be able to change that. Just write to admissions@daystar.ac.ke. Give them the real date of birth. Because remember, this date of birth will appear on your transcript when you're graduating. Your transcript, when you print it, it will be having your date of birth. And it should be correct. Even the gender, if the gender you see, I can see definitely you are not male. So that's something which needs to be worked on. Now, since this is basic information, let's get to now whatever is up on this side of the dashboard, which is on the menu side. Now, the first thing you have already seen, this is personal profile, whatever you're seeing. If you want to change the password, you just scroll down here, you change the password. You see there's a setting, change password, you click there, you change password to something you can remember. Some people change password and immediately they can't remember what they have typed. So change password to something you can remember. Then under the we have three, we are going to concentrate with about 1, 2, and the third one, which is exams. But this one, there's nothing to talk about because you have not done any exam. We are going to concentrate with academics, and just I'll touch a little bit of financials. It is obviously this is a financial module, but we also do setups for the finance. So I'll talk about a little bit of financial aspect in terms of registration. So under the course registration, you click on it. This is where you go to register your classes. But before you go to register your classes, let's go to the timetable. The timetable, what it does, it gives you the units which are on offer that semester in your department or in your program. If this person is doing MA in business or in management, strategy management, project management, whatever is going to come here is what belongs to you. Whatever belongs to you will appear here. No, nothing is going to come here if it doesn't belong. You will not be able to see units for communication. You'll be able to see units from your department, your school, in your program actually. And then some of them will be general units. Obviously, you can see BIL, Bible. I'm very sure you have been told you'll do some Bible somewhere. So this BIL is done by every student in postgraduate. And also, we also have BIL in PhD level. So when you met with your HOD, they probably gave you the units you're supposed to register. If they do not, then I'm not sure you will be able to talk to them later. Those who missed the meeting, they can actually have a conversation with their colleagues, their counterparts, and ask them, by the way, can you tell us which units were given so that we can register them? Because I know some people might have missed the meeting. So I don't know, personally, I don't know what you're supposed to do because there are so many schools. Or what I know is that this is a timetable. They give us the timetable and this is your timetable. So you'll be able to look at the timetable and see This is exactly how things are looking. There is the column for the instructor. Obviously, the room is online. As I said, the campus should always say Nairobi, NBI. And this is the period, the time, and the day. When you see different sections, it means there are different classes in different timings. Same unit. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Four sections for same unit. Reason why that unit has 4 sections is because it is done by everybody in the postgraduate. And that means it has to be created. They have to create several sections so that students can be able to fit. Remember, we have our capacity. We don't just put 100 students in one class. Our capacity is maximum of 35 students per instructor. They go very high, which is very rare. It's about 40 per instructor. So this is the reason why we have BIL 615, Y, V, W, and X, meaning that those classes will have a capacity of 30, 30, 30, or 35, 35, 35, whichever the scenario. Now, once you've seen your timetable, then the only thing you need to do is just to go to register. You go to course registration. Go to course registration. First of all, you have to make sure you have paid the school fee. You can check the fee statement a little bit to see how does your fee statement look like. Now here, the fee statement is 000. So there is no money in the account. So this account will not allow us to register, but we will be able to book room. We'll be able to book the courses. But this is one scenario. We'll look another account which has money in the account, and then we shall also test that. So we go to course registration. This is where you always go every time to register your classes. Remember, once you go to course registration, these are the instructions down here. You click on the button, get course to register. But first of all, you must select the student residence. I know this doesn't concern you, but this portal is used by all the students, including the one who are boarding. So what is the most appropriate thing to choose here? Just choose day scholar. Don't bother about anything else. Just always, every time you're registering, choose day scholar. And every semester you're going to be registering, this option will always appear. And unless you have selected that option, you will not be able to continue the registration. Remember, I have to select that option so that we can continue. So I select day scholar. You can see now the other level has popped up. This is level of the current program of this student is Master of Business Administration in Entrepreneurship. Now, we have something called unit categories. In different programs, there are different unit categories. As you have heard Daktari say, at this level, you're only concerned with general education units and required. Don't worry about core electives. Don't worry about any other kind of elective, because some students will have core electives. Others are going to have concentration electives. So don't worry about that. You will be able to know this program very well as you continue. By the time you finish 1 year, you'll be able to know everything you're supposed to do in the program. But for now, just focus on 2 areas, general education and required. If you have another category, just ignore it for now, but don't assume that you're not supposed to do anything from that. In future, you'll be required to do something from that category, but right now, you're not required to do it. So we go to general education. Remember, this is the units which are done by all the students in postgraduate level. You click on general education, then you go get courses to register. You click on that. Now you'll see those units that we were seeing on the timetable. They are now popping up here. All the sections, including these are general education units, which are done by students who have joined postgraduate, master's level. Here, you see Bible 615. You choose according to how your HOD told you to choose them. Even if you are not told, even if you are not given the section, you can actually look Look around and see which sections are you comfortable doing this Bible with. Is it on Saturday? Is it on Friday? Is it on Wednesday? Or, but you can, if you look at it, you see this is a two-hour credit. So you can actually click it on Friday. And then there's also GRA. This is Introduction to Graduate Studies. This is always 1 hour. It's a one hour unit. That means it's only taught for 1 hour per week. So you can actually pick this on because you see, you have already picked one on Friday. So you can't pick this. It is going to say this unit will conflict with BIL 615 taking place at the same time. So it's not possible to pick this unit. But you can navigate. You can say, let me drop this for now, pick this, or I pick this, whichever you want to pick. Then I pick the Bible on Saturday. There's one I saw on Saturday. Then you pick the Bible on Saturday. You see that one does not conflict anymore. Then what you do, you scroll down, you add selected unit to the basket. Remember, this is just general education only category. You add the basket. So it says 2 units selected successfully and have been added to the basket. You can see them down here. The basket unit listed here started getting something. 2 units are there. So we go back again, select required, because I'm very sure you must have been taught to pick something from required. And the required is these are now your program units. So you see there is a BUS 610, which is happening on Thursday. It's 611. You can see you pick that one, it's okay. You can pick this one, but now this one, it has a prerequisite. What does a prerequisite mean? It means you must do a certain unit before you do another. So these business research methods, BUS 610, requires you to do maths 610. So you can say, let me go and look for that maths 610. You scroll down and you find maths 610 is here on Wednesday. This is quantitative techniques. So you can select that because definitely in future, you're required to do this before you do 610. So you select that, then you look for something else. Maybe 611, it works very well, doesn't have any prerequisite. And it's also on Tuesday. And maybe you pick MGT 610, which is on Monday. What happens? You pick classes which are conflicting. You try to pick this one, it tells you there is a conflict too of Math 610. So it is not possible. You have to drop Math 610 to pick HRM, which is Human Resource Management, on Wednesday. There is also this one, which also is conflicting. So it depends. Any unit which is conflicting with the other will not allow you to register. It will not allow you to select it. The system will not allow you. So if you picked this one and you're very happy, you just drop them to the basket, and now you can see your basket is now 5 units, which are really quite a number. But don't worry, this is just 2 hours and this is 1 hour. So this is just 12 hours. They might look like there are many units, but we look them in terms of hours. They're just 12 hours. So at this point, you can preview the pro forma invoice. So that you can see how have you been charged. Oh, what are you expected to pay? You click on that. Sorry, I have to refresh the pages. So I click on that pro forma. Okay, looks like there are so many people are trying to do this, but we'll come back to it later. So if this person doesn't have money and is trying to register, this person is trying to register, doesn't have money, what happens? Because this is not registration, this is just booking. You have not registered until these units, you complete this part. You click complete registration. These units are in the basket. which means they are just seated there, but you are not registered. So you click on complete registration. Now, you'll see definitely this person cannot complete registration is because they don't have money in their account. I know you met with finance, they gave you their ways of doing things. So you'll have to work with what they told you. So for you to complete registration, you must have paid money in the account. So I don't know whether there's an account which has money in the account, but this is a
250096.
Just hold on a little bit. Now, this is the pro forma invoice, which was taking longer to update. I can download it. I open it, and this is just a pro forma invoice. It shows you all the administrative charges and the tuition, and it shows you how each unit, how it has been charged. Remember, a 3-hour unit is charged higher than a 2-hour unit and a 1-hour unit. So this is just a guideline to show a breakdown, a detailed breakdown to show how your money, where is it going? In which levels it is going? Is it tuition, and how much tuition? So that we can be very much open in terms of how much money is going to what. This is just a pro forma invoice. And it tells you a total of payable of that. There is also installment plan, but I'm very sure finance, they told you first semester students don't qualify for installment. But anyway, that is for the financial people to emphasize on. For me, I'm just here to show you exactly how it works in terms of finances. If you have any issues with finances, you can actually talk to them. So if you pay them, the people who pay money without any installment plan, there is a money which is charged for installment fee. If you pay full amount, you don't get charged installment fee. But if you pay some money and you have a balance, an installment fee is incurred. Again, if you're late to pay the first installment, the second installment, if you are late with the dates which are given there, a penalty fee is pushed in your account. So let me pick somebody's account. This one, what we can do is just we can drop this. The person knows you can just drop these units, but to pick the right units that you want. If you want to drop, you click here, drop, and that one you say it has been dropped successfully. Drop another one, then drop. This is how you drop the classes in the basket. Drop very fast, and you finish dropping. So at the end of the day, your account now becomes blank again. You have to start the whole process again. Okay. Who was giving me the number?
Can you buy for me another one?
Yeah, well, 250096.
Okay, I hope you have not changed the password. I think you have changed already, right?
No, I haven't changed the password.
Oh, mistake is here. Okay. You can see obvious mistake there, but you can just write that. So this account, how do you tell your account has money? Just go to fee statement. You can see this account has money. If the running balance is negative, those people have done accounting. It means that you have money in the account. It means you have a credit. You can use that credit the way you want. So those who don't have money, the running account is zero. If your balance is positive, those are people who have been here for some time. So means that they owe that kind of money. So let's go again. Course registration. I'll go very fast because you have done this. before, immediately, just right now. So just picking the same thing. This is a Master of Business Administration Strategic Management. And you can see here, there is a category called free elective. So forget about that category. Don't even worry about it. It's a unit which has been put there for some students who want to do some information technology projects. So you are not actually required to do it. It's a free elective. Free elective means that you're just taking it for your knowledge. Now, there are programs which require free electives, and it's mandatory you have to do them. So
Are the free electives free or are they paid?
They are not free in nature. They are paid for, but the reason why they're called free is units that you just roam around the program and choose any unit you want to do. You can roam around programs just within the same category of postgraduate and undergraduate and choose units that you want to do. That's why they're called free. But they are not free in terms of payment. So let's pick the general education. Then very fast, we can actually pick the same thing that we had done with the previous account, which is pick the Bible in GRA and then the Bible on Saturday. Because you can see Bible and GRA, they are not able to work together on Friday. So you can actually pick them one on Saturday, then you add it to the basket. Then you go back to the required, pick now your core units. You can pick, remember, BUS 530, this BS 530 is for students who don't have any background in business. If you have a background in business, you're supposed to apply for exemption, but I'll show you how the exemption is applied for. So those students who have come from different programs, like you have come from communication, Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Social Studies, but if you have done Bachelor of Commerce, Bachelor of Business, you are supposed to apply for exemption for this unit. Because this unit introduces you to MBA. But if you have a background, you don't need to do it. But you can also do it if you feel like it's going to help you to jump into the MBA in the proper way. Now, we said this one obviously is not going to work because it's a prerequisite. So you can pick that. Don't jump to pick these. Thesis is just something you do when you're finishing school. So obviously you are given the units that you're supposed to do. Can try to pick that. Obviously it's going to refuse. Also this is going to refuse because you have to do 611 as it's on the same time. So we just go back here and pick which one is accepting. HRM and maths. Oh, maths is it's at the same time with the HRM. So MGT. Let me just finish one before before you cut me short. Let me finish, then you can ask afterwards. Then you add them to the basket. So now here we have these units in the basket. Once we go to the same thing that we have done before, if you view the pro forma, this pro forma is going to look different from the other pro forma because this one has money in the account. So the pro forma, definitely the total payable is 139,900, or including everything. So there is no, and I guess this money has that actually balanced to whatever the student has paid. Exactly whatever students paid is just balanced. So this is actually how the pro forma look like. Whatever if your total fee payable is 0, then forget about anything else that you are seeing after that. because this is, you have actually paid everything. The money has just come exactly to whatever student have paid. Now, if we go ahead and complete registration, it is going to accept. The other one will not accept. But this one, once you complete registration, because this is just a testing purposes, I will show you how to drop those classes, just because this is just elaboration. The student is going to go back on the student portal and pick the classes they want. Now, this is going to tell you, unit registered successfully. Say, okay, where are they units? They have moved from basket and they have gone to the unit registration list. You can see there are 5 of them, 5. Total build there. You want to view them, you can view those units there. They are there, all of them. Initially, this was blank. Now you can actually go back to the timetable and see what has happened with the time. After registration, timetable is going to show you something else different. Once you register, the timetable also updates your registration. Now, timetable initially was not showing us this. Once you register, timetable shows you the units that you have registered, they move on top. They come here on top. You can see they're highlighted and they're called my timetable. These others are the units which you have. They are in your program, yes, but this one, they are not registered. The registered units are here. This is now your timetable. So when you register, this is what is going to happen with your timetable. Now, before we move on to the next thing, I would like to at least maybe to show you how to drop the units which have registered. Once you're registered, you can actually drop those units. During the add and drop period, within the first and second week of the semester, you can drop units. But once the first and second week of the semester is over, you can't drop these units again because we give you registration period. Now, this drop button is here to drop the classes that you have registered. If you feel like this class, I want to drop one here. I don't want to do Bible this time. I want to do it next semester. Come here and drop it. You say, do you want to delete it? You say yes. And it's dropped. You can see they have now become 4. Now, what happens to your statement is that every time you drop a class, the fee goes back to the account. Go to the statement, fee statement, you'll be able to see there was money which was paid 139, but the total chargeable is 121 now. It has reduced because we have dropped a class. So the running balance is 18,400. This is the running balance which is there. When it's negative, it means that this is money in the account, which is their balance to 18,400. So it's negative because someone has dropped the class. So the money goes back to the account because you have dropped the class. And it shows you the other classes which are charged, they are there. So every time you go to drop a class, the money goes back to the account. So let's drop this person's class because obviously this was a test. Then we can move to something else. But before that, I would like to know whether there is any question in terms of registration before we go to any other thing. Now that student now doesn't have any unit remaining. The basket is empty. So what they need to do is go and start the whole process again. Any question? Let's start from there.
Yes, a quick one. For those of us who missed finance session, how are we able to get that recording kindly? Thanks. And thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was very succinct. Thanks.
There's a recordings which are being shared. I've seen them in the groups. I think someone who is in charge of those recordings should start sharing them to these people, especially during the time when the finance were talking, and see what is happening so that they are not left out. I see Charit. Charity, your hand was up, so.
Sorry, I'd put up my hand earlier. I forgot to lower it. Sorry for that.
Okay. Who else? Because I can't
quick
see the
one.
people.
The minimum units you can take per semester for you to complete in good time and to avoid Saturday classes.
Okay. What is your program?
MBA project management.
No, for project management, you have 60 credit hours for you to graduate, which means there are 54 credit hours of class and 6 hours of thesis. Now, if you do the math well, the lesser hours you do, the longer you stay. If you do maximum hours, which is 12 hours, and next semester you do 12, that semester you do 12, you have 3 semesters in a year. By the end of this year, that means you have done 36 credit hours. Then in January, you do 12, it means you have done 48. In next year, May, you do maybe the remaining ones, plus thesis, the proposal. That means in 2026, December, you'll be dealing with thesis completion. 2026, September semester, you'll be dealing with thesis completion. That is how I am seeing it if you are doing your hours the way you're supposed to do them. But if you do less, definitely now you know that is not going to happen. You have to stay longer. If you do 9, then you are prolonging your period of stay. The program is designed for 2 years, but you can do it in 3 years, 4 years, depending on your time schedule. We are not pushing you so hard so that you finish, but we just want you to finish the program in best time possible. So it is you to decide, how do I want to do it? You can do 9 hours, but you figure out in your head that if I do 9 hours, meaning that I have to stay longer than someone who is doing 12 hours. There are people doing 15 hours too. So the more hours you do, the faster you finish. I don't know whether there is another question.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This Moses.
Oh, thank you. In the previous sessions, we were informed we have up to 31st to have cleared school fees. And now classes are starting on Monday, where we need to register today. And I believe some of us are looking up to that 31st. What is going to happen if by Monday we wouldn't have cleared and we need to attend class? Looking at the window of 31st.
So this is what happens, because registration is open all the way to end of the month, meaning that you have the whole of this month to register your classes. That is what we call registration period. Now, after this month, you can't actually register. You will not be able to register your classes because we would have closed registration. But you can book those classes. Once you book those classes, you remember you have looked at the timetable. When you go to the timetable, you'll be able to see the lecturer and the time when that class is happening. So you will get in touch with the lecturer for that class, so that you tell this lecturer, obviously you just tell them it is just a registration period, just allow me to join the class as we clear with the registration. Obviously our lecturers are very understanding. So like for example, this is Bible 615W. There is someone called Asiechi Masinmane, or there is Bernard Boyo. Just get in touch with these lecturers. You can get in touch with your department administrators, and they'll give you the contacts of these lecturers. You'll write to them. If you have not completed registration, you write to them, explain to them that you have not completed registration, but I would like to join your class. I have booked the units, I've booked them, they're in the basket. I cannot complete because of 1, 2, 3, but I would like to start the classes in advance. So by next week, you join the class. Next week, but when you're in class, by the semester, before we close registration, you register the schools classes which you have been attending, and you're good to go. So don't miss the classes because you have not registered. Find the lecturers, talk to them, they put you in the class. There is an e-learning platform, and this class will be happening online. The lecturers will have links. The lecturer will send you a link of how to join the class online.
Thank you. That clarifies it. Now, the attendance of classes, so it will be calculated based on the online on the other side, not on this portal here, right?
Yeah, the attendance, it is keyed in this system, but you have to attend the class online. Once you attend the class online, the lecturer always updates this system in terms of who was in class. Okay, if you have not registered, definitely there is no place for the lecturer to key in attendance for you. So what is going to happen? The attendance will be keyed in. It will activate the moment you register. I hope I've answered that question, right?
Thank you very much. That has been clear.
Okay.
Okay. Paul here. Okay, there are two Pauls.
Paul Owino. Which Paul?
Yes, Paul Owino.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was yesterday. We were told that maybe, for example, if you're doing a community development, you don't have a foundation in that area, you need to do some foundation process. But then I can't see them maybe in the timetable. So how do you go about such? Where do you get them? And yes.
Which units are these?
No, community development. We were told that if you didn't have maybe like foundation in the community development,
yes, I understand, but
you need to do some something introduction to community.
Did they give you the specific unit?
But I was not able to see it. Maybe. Pardon?
Did they give you the specific unit?
No, what they said was something about introduction to community development, but I can't see it here, so I don't know how you go about such.
This is a postgraduate level.
Yes.
Okay, I think we'll have to get in touch with the HOD because you don't have a background in that
Yes.
area of social studies.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know whether they have a prerequisite unit, but I'll have to ask whether there is any unit that you have to do, because I don't think there is any unit like that they have introduced yet. But I'll have to get in touch with the HOD to know what exactly is that. I'm not sure about that. There's nothing like that. For the historical, we have never had people taking community development. They have to do certain prerequisite units unless they have introduced them. You have the number of you have the contact of the HOD? This is Paul. You have the HOD's contact? Paul has disappeared.
Anyway, next time. Yeah.
Okay. Paul Ogwagu.
Yes, thank you. First, I'm trying to log into the student portal, which I did successfully. There's click on the button, get courses to register. It's not been highlighted. Should I ignore it?
Have you selected the residence?
I have selected the resident. It's allowing me to proceed if I select resident. That's day scholar.
Yes, you select which program is this?
Hello.
PhD communication.
Hello.
So PhD communication, you are not able to see the units you can't see the category. No, I saw. So when I clicked on courses to register, it showed me. Now there are 3 courses here, for instance, on this general education. 2 are Bible study, basically the same course number. BIL 801. I
You have
must
to
pick
pick
one.
one. Yes, you
Okay.
just pick one out of that.
And then there is a doctoral colloquium.
Yes, you just, did your HOD give you the units that you're supposed to register?
No, it's supposed to be maximum of 3 units.
Just pick any of those units. Remember, those units, you'll have to do them at some point for you to graduate. It doesn't matter whether you do them now or you do them later. But I would have wished that the HOD would have provided you with specific units that you're supposed to do this semester.
So it's the HOD who can advise me both on the general and the required.
Yeah, just pick, they will have to tell you which units you're going to be able to do them this semester.
Okay. So I must revert to them so that for both general courses and the required courses.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not aware of any forum. We had a HOD meeting. I mean, we met the head of department, the School of Communication. I think that was yesterday. But I think I raised this question, just saying, how much am I supposed to pay? And they said, look, when you get to the student portal, you will see it there.
Yes, but you'll see once you select the units that you're supposed to register. You have seen the way I've done them. You book them, then you check the pro forma invoice. Once you book them, you can see the pro forma invoice and you'll be able to see how much you're supposed to pay. But now, I don't know which unit you're supposed to do. That's why the HOD should tell you, you're supposed to do this unit and this one, so that you can be very sure which unit you're supposed to pick.
Okay. I think I will take it up with them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Jofik here. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, now me, I paid 70,000. That is, it is half. I've been able to register for my courses. It was successful because I'm seeing the units already. There are 5. But then I cannot be able to view the pro forma invoice.
Okay, pro forma invoice is only you view it before you register. Once you register, you just check your fee statement. Pro forma, remember, pro forma invoice is before you register. Once you register, there is no pro forma.
Okay, and then another question. I've been able to register, but then paid half.
Okay, I understand that scenario. It is going to be a scenario because our system is set up for you to register if you have paid half, but that is a setup for continuing students. It will still allow you to register.
Will it
I
still
don't
allow
know.
you to attend class until
It will still allow you to attend classes and register and everything. But this discussion of full payment is a financial issue. For you, you can have that discussion with finance, but you have already registered, you're okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, but it is still now charging
I
the
have a
payment.
question. Caroline here. I wanted to book the units, but I have a small issue. I needed to switch up courses from MA Arts in Communication Media Studies to Corporate Communication. So how soon can that be done? I've actually sent an email a couple of minutes ago.
You are new. This is your first semester, right? You are not continuing, not a transition student.
Yes, I'm new.
Okay. Someone should be able to, obviously, since they admitted you with another program, that is supposed to be a formal change. You have sent an email.
Yes, I have.
If you send an email now to whoever you have sent is able to act on that email, probably within 24 hours.
I actually sent it to the registrar earlier on around 3 p.m. And then right now there was an email that was posted for admissions. So I've equally sent there.
There's no problem. Within 24 hours,
Okay.
that will be activated.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, Maurice. I have a follow-up question regarding to something that had been asked earlier. On the course selection, when you're picking the courses to put into the basket, you just give a description of how we go about it. But my question will be a general unit, for example, the GRA course, because there was the GRA and Bible. So if I pick GRA, which is credit hour, and then I pick another course, another unit, probably two other units, even if they're totaling to 4 units, but in terms of credit hours, they're going to be less, considering like I am a non-business student, so I have still a Saturday class to do, which has now 0 credit hours at the end of the day. So does it really count in terms of the minimum number of units compared to in relation to the credit hours, or it's just the count of minimum units? If so, what's the minimum that we can get to?
There is no minimum number of hours that you can register, but I know some of the units are like 1 hour, others are 2 hours. So you cannot really continue doing more units so that you can match up to 12 hours. That is not going to be possible. So what you need to do, because some of these units are 0 credits and they are prerequisite for you to continue the program, just do those units for this semester. Within the next semester, and the semester which is coming after, you'll be now getting 3-hour credits full. Only this Bible, GRA, and BUS 530, they are only the ones which have that kind of problem. You cannot load yourself many units because you want to meet 12 hours. An average of 9 to 12 hours is okay.
Good evening, Maurice.
Good evening.
My concern is like this for a common unit like BIL 615. How am I supposed to know if, let's say, X, Y, or Z? Are the lecturers affiliated to certain schools, or how do I go about it?
No, those are general education units. Just choose any unit which you feel is going to fit with your timetable, considering the other units that you have. That's why they have been put on Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, so that you can be able to fit the other units on your time. So it doesn't matter which one you pick, it matters with the other units that you have. So the first thing you need to do is to select the core units that you have. You can go to required first, pick your required units, then you go to general and fit in the general in the slots that are available. Now, I can continue and show you the second part so that we can finish this. I believe now at least everybody
Maybe
is...
Mr. Morris, maybe to cut the questions, would you be, when will be coming to campus physically, will you be there to address some of the questions that we may not be able to raise now because of the time constraints? It's already 21 hours.
Yes, there will be people in the campus who are going to handle that on Saturday.
All right, then.
Our office will be represented there.
Please,
Now,
Maurice, since I'm out of the country and I will not be able to be there on Saturday asking this question, it is something which are pressing me. Like now, I got the installments. When I paid the first installment was 13th January. So it's saying the next installment is February, but there's that penalty. So in case I add any money between now and next week, will
no,
it like...
that is not penalty,
installment?
that is the installment fee. Installment fee is charged to any student who has not completed fee. If you have not paid 100%,
that's what I'm
you get...
asking. If I add any money now before the 13th of February, will it charge me less? Like this installment fee, will it clear?
Because you have already registered, it will not clear. Have you registered already?
I've not clicked register.
Then don't click register until you add that money.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, can I show you the next part? Because I mean, we are now at 9 p.m. here in Kenya. So
please do, Mr. Morris. Some of us are in the office and we would love to step out.
Yes.
Yes.
The last part
Wind up.
will be, I don't know, someone is saying something, but just let me finish. The last part of this portal will be the people, I would like to at least show people the academic requisitions. Don't worry about the graduation requests. Those ones will come when you are graduating. The student audit, it shows you what you're supposed to do before you graduate. Everything is going to be showing there on the audit. Sorry, someone was drawing on my screen. So this is just the program that you're supposed to cover. The units that you can see, everything is showing future, because definitely you have not done anything. But once you start doing something, this audit starts to populate itself. Like once you register, the status is going to change to registered. Once you get a grade, you complete, it's going to change to complete. But right now, you can see the percentage is 0. As you continue, the percentage continue like that all the way to 100%. This is going to change each and every time. Right now, it is 0 because there's nothing. But once within 2 to 3 years, it will be 100. That is student audit. And it can also be used to show you what you're supposed to cover before you graduate. So obviously, some of the programs, they have concentrations like communication, so people doing bachelors, people doing masters in communication, they have something called core electives, they have free electives and all those things. So those things will populate. Once you'll get to know these things slowly by slowly. Right now, they should not bother you. Then academic requisitions that we wanted to talk about. So the academic requisition, you click on it, this is where you get several things that you're supposed to do. And you go to new requisition. There's a button there showing new requisition. You click on it. There are several things here. Campus transfer, students who are seeking to transfer campus, they go to that. Change of major. Those who have at least been here for some time, maybe you have covered for like 1 semester and you have figured out that you want to change this program to another thing. You come here and click on this change of major. You pick the major that you want to move to. Maybe you are in project management, MBA, and you want to go to strategy management. You click on this. When maybe you are in Master of Art in clinical psychology and you want to move to counseling psychology, this is where you come to do that. Special exams. I don't know whether special exam were talked about, but when students miss exam because of due to several factors, maybe you are sick, you did not clear the school fee, or this is online. So there are very few scenarios that can lead you to not doing exam. So definitely you come and apply for a special exam in the following semester for the units that you missed in the previous semester. And then you're allowed to sit in for exam with the students who are doing those units in the next semester. But you must have valid reason of why you missed exam. Those reasons must be you must provide evidence why you missed exam. You want official transcript. When you get to some point, you want to apply for maybe something and they require transcript, you can come and request transcript. Students who are doing bachelor's degree, some of them do minor. The minor is a requirement for them. So they come here and apply for minor. A minor is another program, which is a small format of another main program. Then double major, students who want to do Bachelor of Arts or Master of Arts in counseling psychology. Mostly let me see which one applies. Maybe Master of Business in Project Management, and you also want to do Strategy Management, you can come here and apply for double major. That means you graduate with double major. Master of Business in Strategic and also Project Management. Also, undergraduate students, they can apply for double major. But requirements are very simple. You must prove yourself you want to, this major you are capable. There is a minimum GPA for students to be able to be approved to do double major. For master students, it's just 3.0. Every double major is 3.0 for anybody who wants to do double major. You must stick to 3.0 and above. Double concentration. This applies to students in Master of Arts in Communication and Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Master of Arts in clinical, not clinical, but child development. So someone can decide, I want to do corporate communication and development communication at the same time. You come and apply for something we call double concentration. It's called double concentration. That is not now, obviously. You must do this after a semester or 2 semesters. Because we also look at are you capable of doing double major? We look at your progress in terms of performance. Because we don't want to give double major to someone who is struggling with the first major that they have. So that's why you have to request for these things after semester or 2 semesters. So that's gonna be, because once you request them now, it will be rejected because you have not yet gone anywhere yet. Exemptions. This is now where you come to apply for exemptions. And these exemptions are program to program exemption, level to level exemption. Like you come from another university, you are doing a degree in something, and you have come to this and you have transferred to continue the degree. You come here and apply for exemption. So what you need to do is just click on exemption, you select the units that you want, and the equivalent unit that you did in other program, you add. And then there's a place here to attach, sorry, exemption. There's a place somewhere you're supposed to attach, but this one needs to be filled, obviously. But there's a place down here you need to attach a transcript so that we can be able to see. Like for people who are going to apply for exemption for BUS 530, attach your degree certificate, a copy of it, degree certificate, so that we can be sure this person did a degree in business or has a background in business. The students in Master of Arts, there's something called statistics, which like communication, they do com 3 or 2P. If you have a background in statistics, you have ever done statistics before, a unit in undergraduate, and you passed that unit with a grade B and above, you can apply for exemption for com 3 or 2P. So students who were in Daystar before, those who have transited from Daystar undergraduate and they have gone to masters, and you have done communication in your degree, you can apply for exemption for com 592. I'm very sure the students of communication, they can see those units, com 592. The students who were in Daystar and they have done communication and culture before, you are required not to do INS 612, but you're not supposed to apply for exemption. What you do is to do another unit to replace that INS 612. But if you want to do it, you can still do it. There's no doing it. So I'm just giving, because there are different students here, and maybe HODs never mentioned these things to you. I'm just mentioning them in general. As we continue, we shall be meeting in several forums where in a certain school, we can speak things to do with their school. Another school, we can talk about things to do with their school. We shall be organizing these forums so that we can be speaking to the schools independently, so that we can avoid the scenarios where we generalize everybody. So that's about the exemption. I don't think we have anything else after exemption. There is exam challenge. Yes, the students, where you are not exempted, where the exemption is not possible, you are allowed to apply for exam challenge. Exam challenge is for the units that are, you know very well, the department has said they cannot exempt, but you know you have a background with that unit, you can go and apply to challenge exam. What does a challenge exam stand for? You apply and sit for the exam only at the end of the semester with the other students. But the caveat is very tricky because you must score B and above in that challenge you have scored so that you can be exempted from that unit. If you score lower than that, you go back and register the class and do it again. So it is risky, 50-50 risky. So it's you to decide, do I need to go and do this class? Do I need to challenge exam? And am I capable of getting B and above? That is you to make that decision. And obviously the last thing was transit to the next level. Obviously this is something some people have used it to transit, to move from degree to masters, from masters to PhD. So this is just to transition. And grade complaints, those ones, we don't have to talk about them now. And the things like those ones, you just have to come across them. Issue to do with the hostel booking, I remember I told you this system is used by all students, boarding and the scholars. So don't worry about anything else which you see there. Just worry about things that I've talked to you. I don't think I have anything else. And that's all for me. I've tried my best to explain everything in a very short time. I don't know. I know our time was consumed, but I am glad at least we have been able to get
Thank
to
you,
this point. Yes.
Mr. Kyoko, if I may ask, on
Mhm.
the exemptions, for every exemption you apply for instance, you've referred to comms culture, must you apply for an alternative?
Yes, you
Like for
must
those
give
of
an
us who are coming from a communication background.
Yes, you must look at the
Undergrad.
unit that you did in undergraduate, that specific unit which matches whatever you're applying for. Like I know statistics, which is COM 3 or 2P. You must have a statistics unit undergraduate that you did, but you make sure you scored B and above to apply for it.
And when you get an exemption, you must get you have to take another course to cover it up. That's what I was
No,
asking.
that one, once you're getting the exemption, you don't need to do it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, you need to do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question on the receipt. Is it electronically? Like, can you access?
I have not heard anything you've said. Can you repeat again?
I have a question on the receipt.
On the receipt?
Yes. Can you get it electronically?
Receipt for payment?
Yes.
Yeah, you can download it. If you have paid, and the payment has been posted, you just go to the portal and download the receipt.
A quick question. Can one pay through the cooperative pay bill?
That some of those payments, they take 24 hours to appear on your student portal. So it depends, when you paid, it will take 24 hours.
So one can actually.
Exemption. Okay, Caroline, you can go ahead.
Oh, I just needed a clarification. So we can equally pay on pay bill. The money will reflect eventually, right?
Yes.
Okay,
The
my
pay
question
bill,
on,
the pay
sorry.
bill number has been written somewhere on the charts. The account number is your student number. Just type the student number exactly the way it is with the hyphen.
My question on the exemption is, now that if we apply for the exemption, how soon do we get feedback on whether it has been approved or not, now that classes are starting next week?
No, when you apply for exemption, don't worry about it. Exemptions usually take some time to go around approval. So a month, I can tell you a maximum of a month.
So if that class was supposed to start next week and the exemption has not been approved, do we have to do the
You will
class?
do it in the next semester. There is always another semester for you to do that class.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a quick one.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do we get the semester's calendar for planning for those of us who have quite a hectic schedule? Exams and all that.
It will be shared by Monday or tomorrow. I'll put that in consideration.
All right.
Kindly let us wrap this. It's getting late.
Yeah, I guess you people have had a lot.
Yes,
Listen to so
please.
many things.
Yes, please. We've gone overboard.
It was information overload.
Yeah. Anyway, let's end this. And I would like to ask one of staff members who is my colleague, Winnie, to pray for us before we end.
Sorry. Just a quick one. Sorry, the last one from me. I've confirmed the list of courses. Been getting to the portal to register. I didn't find one. Does it mean that maybe they want us to do it later? It's not in the general and it's not in the required.
Okay, you can write an email to registrar@daystar.s.ke so that we can be able to follow up with the department. Maybe the department has not projected those classes yet.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you for taking us through all that. It's been a long evening. We thank you guys for being patient. Can you pray? Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for your love, for your care. Thank you for taking us through this session. We thank you for these dear ones. We pray special blessings upon their lives as they begin the academic journey from Monday. The Lord will walk with them, be with them, guide them, and provide for them. We thank you for every presenter tonight, for the energy they put into this. Lord, may you bless them. As we disperse tonight, we pray that you go with us and bless us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 See you guys.
Amen.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
you. Very
Thank you.
rewarding.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.